We're live. Okay. Says we're good, Lisa.
We're good, Lisa. Blood pressure up. Oh, I just swear there you guys are being sure. That's all I need a tissue on. I didn't know we were just doing it.
Griffin knows that there's 3 times. And I don't know.
We're calling the September board meeting to order at 9:04. Thank you, everybody, for coming. If we could please stand for a moment of silence. The pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Good morning, everyone. Let me go ahead and say we have a quorum. All board members are present. Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes?
Yes.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
I second it.
All in favor? It's unanimous. Treasurer's report?
All right, still close to $1 million.
Can't hear you.
We're still close to $1 million here at Fort Clark Springs, but we spent $88,000 to prepay the insurance, which saved us 12% interest on that. So now we're looking at about $950,000. And we are net income negative $22,600. But we did receive $2,000 in dividend income. I'm assuming that's from Fidelity. And over here to all these pages. Okay, motel revenue is really not good. $9,000 this year versus $32,000 plus last year. I guess we do need water in the springs. Lot sales are 0. We have some administrative fees of $1,700. No sales. Got some membership givebacks. All right, and we're going to have an extensive budget financial discussion. So I will defer that to the general manager's report. Thank you.
Right. General manager's report.
Why, thank you, Lisa. All right. If you guys can't hear me, let me know. I think I talk pretty loud, or I can use the microphone, but it's kind of cumbersome. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to report first on our office staff and motel. We currently have recently sent out 209 letters to all our delinquent members that are 60 days plus. I'm going to give you the total, and it's going to be scary. $344,769.63. That is what is owed to the fort. We have $199,447.83 that's in legal litigation right now. So we are working very diligently on collecting the delinquency. But just to give you kind of a little background, this didn't happen overnight. So we're working very hard on getting this money that is owed to the fort, which would obviously bring up the $50,000 that we just minus our million, which we'd like to keep that going, but if we can get this all taken care of, we should see that. Anybody have any questions on that? And anybody want to help collect? Let me know.
Thanks.
We also are currently auditing and we're correcting all member addresses and names, contact information, so we can upload this information into Buildium. And why we are doing that is because we are auditing from the Black system that we had to our QuickBooks system and also with the CAD. In Buildium, we cannot have multiple different people's names. We can't have like Jason Long and Jason L. Long because it will make two accounts. So we have to go through all the names that were not incorrectly put in, how do I want to say, the same way each time, to do it the same way so that when we upload all this information into Buildium, it will be correct. So all addresses will be correct, all names will be correct, and that way, if anybody has any questions, all of our lots, homeowners, everything has all been audited to be correct across the board. Does that make sense? Okay. If you have any questions or want to ask me later, please feel free to give me a call and you can come to my office at some point in time when I don't have other people coming to my office. I will be glad to give you that information. At the motel, though it didn't do as well as we would like it to do, and at the ultimate end of that, it was because springs. It was because we didn't have water. We had a lot of cancellations because people had booked those rooms to be able to go swimming. And now we have the pool again, which is fantastic. Our hotel is filled this weekend, all 37 rooms. And then we also are booked for October as well. You have a question?
No, it's practicing reading the lips.
Oh, you can't hear me? Do you want me to use the microphone? No? Oh,
Low.
oh, okay.
Use this.
Okay, all right. Is that better? Okay, all right, sorry. All right, maintenance. Maintenance will be working on tree trimming in the next few months because the weather is cooler. That's the time that you need to do your tree trimming because otherwise it does put stress on the trees, especially as hot as it's been outside. We are also still trying to find a solution to the street striping. Unfortunately, the street striper that the school let us borrow wasn't quite working for us, and we're just having a difficult time trying to find one. We were going to vend it out, but they wanted $20,000 to be able to street stripe. So at this time, we're still researching that. I don't want to spend $20,000. I don't think it should cost that much. So I'm still researching that. We have cleaned out Seminole Hall basement on preparation for the ghostly tour that we are partnering with Community Council. Steph and Janet, Francis here have been amazing. We are so excited to be working with you all. And then we've done some more beautification in our arbor in the courtyard. We did have a memorial last Friday for Mr. Goodson. I should say we, but there was his family that did that. And so we did a lot of work back there. We got the fountain working. We put in a lawn mulch. We added a bird bath. We're not finished back there, but we're doing a little bit as we can because when I first came here, I wanted to get it all done, but that was going to be $10,000 to have it done by a vendor. So I just decided our maintenance will do it little by little, and hopefully next year it'll look really beautiful by the time we're done. Trees have been trimmed in the arbor, and the gutters are being cleaned and looking at in areas in need of repair. So we can put that on that's on our list for the fall. And maintenance will be working on the upper deck of the motel. So we will be taking that outside rug down and the plywood that's underneath it, and they will be putting the tongue and groove panels or slats that need to be put there that should have been put there originally. And then they will be painted the gray, I believe, that I have from Bill Hahn. That's supposed to be painted. We will, though, put slick sand in there because in case it rains, it could get slippery. So we will make sure that we don't have any liability on there. So my maintenance will be working on that in the next month. So that will look really nice. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but we got some new little tables and chairs for the outside of the motel. We didn't buy all of them yet, but we bought a handful. So because it was about $500 to get the ones that we got, but we will have ones for each motel room. But right now we just got a few for the upper and lower, so that way people can sit outside and it looks nice and it's beautification that we're doing. Any questions on that? Okay. I don't have any news to report for the RV park. Security, again, very thankful for community council because they're going to do the flooring. So Tom Kovac came and showed us, I guess, Stephanie, maybe you could tell me who the lady that is donating the 9x9. Oh, it's Yay. So she's donating 9x9 ceramic flooring, which is so pretty. We're so excited. But my maintenance has to put in the new cabinets first. Once those are in, Tom has said that he would lay the flooring down. I'm really excited about that. So thank you all so much for that. I appreciate it. Hunting, our hunting is doing amazing. Our current youth hunt, we've had 7 participants so far. We have 9 more that are reserved. We also had 4 dove hunters that are scheduled for the weekend. Our office has been calling all the past hunters that have come to see if we can schedule some hunts. We have a lot that are interested for October, November, and December. And then Lee, Gilby, Philip, and Matt have been working relentlessly at cleaning and maintaining the hunting areas, feeding the access and deer, so that way they'll be in the areas where our hunters come in. Lee spent a huge amount of time mowing the areas for us, so they look really good because I prefer us to make the money instead of having a trapper come in and take our deer from us and go sell it at a ranch, which they would make a lot more money than we can do ourselves. So I'm keeping that in-house. Any questions on that? I'm excited. And then Cassie has been working extremely hard. She made brochures. Matt's been putting stuff up on Facebook. He's been putting videos of all the axes that are out there. We've got some beautiful axes out there. It's amazing. Golf course. The green room at the golf course is proposed to maybe be called the Los Morris room. It has been repainted. And that has been Megan and Heather have done that themselves. It's been painted gray. They've redone the whole room. They put up curtains. So that way we can use that as a venue to rent out to bring in more income for the pro shop. They're also working on, besides just golfing, they're going to start doing things for football season out there because the patio is absolutely gorgeous, which I've told you that David Mann has worked so hard on. So we want to get some more people to come in, not just for golf, but to use it continuously. So they've got a lot of plans. We also have a Halloween event, which I'll talk about in a sec. And the pump is working fantastic now that we're back to our regular watering. Since we have dredged the area around the pond that feeds to our pump, we haven't had any problems. But that has been a lot of work, which John will talk about here in a little bit. So we don't need to manually water anymore, which we've had to do for 6 weeks. So those of you that were not happy with the noise at night, we're done. Okay. Volunteer support. we are looking for a trailer for the Ghostly tour. We have one, but we need another one for somebody to just loan us for the tour so we could transport people along with our other trailer. We need to have 2 transports so we can keep our 30 minutes going because we expect this to be a really good turnout for both parties. And if anybody knows anybody, we're doing this October 26th on Saturday and then November 2nd on Saturday. And the reason why we're splitting that is because the Bracketville School is giving us 17 volunteers from the 4-H club and the academic club to help us, which I think is amazing. So we are totally excited about that. And then we will ask if there's any volunteers that want to help do some scary decorating. That would be awesome. Vendor work, most of the work at the fence in the front has been done, but there is one additional section that wasn't accounted for. That will be an additional $1,500, but I have not chatted with the board yet, but 90% of that has been completed. And I hope everybody has noticed, I've gotten some feedback on that, but once that one little portion is completed, the fence will look fantastic. Ghostly Tours, which I just mentioned, will be on the 26th and the 2nd. The youth hunt is for the rest of September. We are also planning a spa day for the women of Bracket and the Fort in October. My event coordinator is also working on the fall festival. And then October 31st, we will be doing an outdoor movie at the pro shop on the patio with margaritas. And Janet was so sweet to give me this little thing. It says trying to make protein shakes, but they keep coming out as margaritas. I love it. And then as a reminder, I just want to, I don't think we're going to have problems with tree branches breaking now because the weather's not as hot. We've had a lot of rain, but just as a small reminder, our insurance does not cover that. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know or call and set up an appointment with me. Okay? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the detail and filling us in.
Forgot some stuff, I'm sure. But thank you.
All right, if no one has an issue, I'd like to move the mud contract update to the top.
What about the mayor committee?
Oh, shoot. You guys- I was just ready to jump right in. Let's go with committee reports this morning. We have an airport report.
I believe we do. Yes, yeah. The airport report consists of the airport was mowed and treated for thorns and ants. In the next month, we expect our winter Texan pilots to return. That's all they have to say about the airport.
All right, architecture.
Morning.
Good morning.
Since your last meeting, we have approved one permit and we've tabled a permit until we receive needed information. And we've negotiated a couple of times after the issues were resolved. Since before I was on this committee, we've had issues with finding out from the board what action they have taken on issues that we've sent you. We sent you one issue in Unit 7 that's been ongoing for years. Vehicles need to be removed from the property. We have fined the individual to our limits with no results. We sent it to the board and have not heard what your decision was. We also sent you a working without a permit in Unit 15. The person wanted a variance for a fence he has built above the accepted height. We agreed if he would get a variance from you and letters of approval from his neighbors, we would waive the fine. We've not heard what action you took. And now he's added more to his front fence without a permit. We need a system where the committee is notified of the board's action on any cases that we send to you.
Amen.
this has been going on since before you were an architect.
Yes.
We just need some communication.
Well, let me address real quick, and I do appreciate that. We haven't had a good line of communication, and I think Charlene has been working on getting a better process for that back and forth. For the issue of the vehicles, we are kind of stuck. We can fine and then lien is what, but to remove a vehicle from private property is really sticky.
Our CCNRs say that we can go on, we not be trespassing.
No,
And we can remove any issues. And so if we can't do that, then our CCRs are worthless.
well, we can, but the attorneys have recommended we try doing a lien. Anything that we're gonna, I don't know how to, I can get a written thing from them, but they're really hesitant to tell us that, yeah, just go ahead and remove a vehicle. But we're still looking into it. We haven't just let it go, because I know which ones you're talking about, and they need to go. As far as the other one, Charlene and Matt was looking into who the fence belonged to.
We talked about it. So he's put more up, but to my understanding, the neighbors are afraid to talk to that person. And so I had mentioned that it needs to really go to the sheriff because he built on their fence. So I said I will reach out to them and talk to the neighbors myself to see what their thoughts are and to see kind of what's going on, so I can follow up with Francis myself.
Okay, because
I
we've
was
determined,
yeah.
I'm sorry, we've determined, right, that the fence is not shared. It is the neighbor's property.
It is, but he is still putting stuff up without a permit. And it is now like 8 feet tall, so.
And that was what the variance was. He's up to 8 feet when 6 feet is the limit in the unit.
But we can't give him a variance for something that's not his property, because that's the neighbor's fence. That's the sticking point. So the neighbor needs to reach out to, they either need to tear it down themselves, which I'm assuming they are reluctant to do, or they need to reach out to the
So I will
the
call
sheriff's
them.
department.
Or the CCNR allow us to remove said fence?
Well,
Yeah,
it's their fence, so if,
not their fence, but the
That
topper on the fence or whatever.
yeah, I mean, they can, it's theirs. I mean, if they're scared to,
No, I mean, like,
I'll
the
go take it
fort
down.
can do it. According to the CCRs, I mean,
Yeah.
ask the attorneys, but the CCRs do say we are able to go in there and do things and charge the membership for that. Whether that's Texas law currently or not, I couldn't tell you, but
Yeah, I think
That's
that
what
would be
they
a
say.
sticky point. Yeah. Since the CCNRs were written, I'm sure that rights have changed somewhat since then. So,
Well, with regard to that particular issue, are you saying that this individual built a fence on the fence of the neighbor? And
Yes.
clearly the neighbor's fence is on their property and it is
Yes.
their fence?
yes,
Well, we can have CCNRs that go from here to eternity, and at some point, the individual property owner has to take action on their own, because what it sounds to me like is that this is a trespass.
it is.
Okay, so as a trespass, while certainly we address how it violates our CCNRs, but if the fence that was constructed that is in violation of the CCNR, we can go to the property owner that owns the fence and say to them, if you don't want that fence there, then it has to be taken down, and the neighbor should take it down themselves. But if now you're
I don't think they want to take their fence down.
no, remove the
part.
portion
Yeah.
that they don't want there.
Apparently they're afraid of the
Yeah.
person who put it up there.
Well,
That's the
good reason.
dilemma. That's the
I mean, it's
dilemma.
not a sweet old lady that put up that
No.
fence, by any
No.
means.
Well, I don't care who it was.
The neighbors do, though. I mean, they're
Yeah.
scared.
They're scared.
That's why I'm gonna call them myself.
Okay.
I know that it isn't a CCR, it is more of a owner thing because he put it on their fence. So because they're afraid to speak to that person, I'm going to talk to the neighbors and see what they say, and then I will do it for them.
Well, I think it might set a bad precedent if you're gonna go in and at the fort's time and expense, cure a problem for an individual
Right.
property owner. I'm not opposed to what you're saying, but it may set a bad precedent because if there are others on the fort that have similar issues, the fort can't utilize resources to go in and help every individual on the fort to do that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not,
No, I know.
I,
I understand.
I think we need to be careful about the precedent that's set by doing that. You might suggest to the people that you're helping that maybe they can compensate the fort for any resources that are used to help cure the problem. And maybe that person that is constructing will see that the fort is offering a resource in exchange for compensation. And if you do it again, then we're gonna, there's other action that can be taken, other legal action that can be taken. I just want to be careful about
Sure.
stepping in to help an individual property owner fix a problem when it is their problem to fix. A criminal trespass is, constitutes at least a legal action that can be taken. And so maybe they should avail themselves of whatever legal act, just like anybody even outside of the fort would do,
Yes.
to cure what they observe is a trespass on their property. There's certain things that can be done, but they have to take the initiative to do it.
No, I
But
understand.
for architecture, our only concern is he's gone 8 feet. and the limit is 6 feet
On his own fence.
on the what he is attached to their fence.
And the front as well, you
And
have.
he's added now to the front. So he's violated our agreement with him. So we're gonna go back to the $250 fine for working without a permit. And now there's gonna be another $250 fine. for working without a permit, because he's now done in front of his fence.
Does anyone know the last time the fort has put a architectural lien on someone's property, like 1985 or something? Does anyone have any recollection of that ever happening in here?
It has happened. I couldn't give you a date, but
Since
it
you've been
has.
on the board, or you've been
Not,
involved?
no, not since I've been on the board.
So
So communication.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one quick thing to say. If we're not gonna be placing the liens, then why are we spending $10 on a certified letter if we're not going to enforce it?
it's a very good question.
Well,
That's a very good question.
Yes.
And we need to pursue it. So whatever we need to do to determine how we do it to accomplish that, I think we should.
and that too is a part of the communication, because we don't know, we haven't known when the architecture is at the point where they've hit the max.
Well,
Of
that's why we
fines.
send it to you when we send it to max. When we get up to $1,500 and nothing has been done, then we
Okay.
send it to you.
Okay, because I haven't seen anything for 1,500.
The one in unit 7.
Okay,
Okay.
We'll take care
I
of it.
think maybe a clarifying explanation would be that from what I've observed, because I haven't been involved too much in that stuff, but from what I've observed, if you look at the legal budget that we have on the budget this year, it represents also what we paid last year and what we expect to potentially pay this year. We have not made a lot of legal progress in all this collection stuff, and it's a lot more money than a lien for a fine. And so even, let's just say our system worked perfectly, I still don't think that we would have efficiently, and not that we couldn't have done it, but efficiently put liens on properties for architectural stuff, just because the lawyers, not necessarily us, but the lawyers are so bogged down with all the collection stuff. So I'm not saying that's an excuse. I'm just saying that it would be my observation that even if the email was sent, hey, we need a lien put up, I don't think it would have gotten done. I mean, that's where we're at. So hopefully in the next year, that's going to get cleaned up. We'll be talking about some of that today. Matter of fact, in executive session. So.
Yeah. So we're looking at some other options.
Yes.
I want to
further.
comment that I don't think the lawyers are bogged down, but we'll get into
Yeah.
I was trying to be nice.
No need to be nice in
Yeah.
this one.
But I want to address a logistical issue, and I'm not calling anybody out on it at all. But logistically, when architecture gives us an issue to decide on, and we make a decision, who is responsible for communicating that decision to the architecture committee? And
That's easy to fix.
what? I mean, I
No, it was something she said. I'm sorry.
I said, you're the secretary.
if it's my fault, then damn it, I'll take responsibility for it. I'm serious.
No, nobody's been given the responsibility. Is the problem.
Well, and okay, now it's my job, okay? And I'll take it.
I can put it out there. We will work on a process. And we'll come up with a process. When you all have your next meeting, I will come to it and we will sit down and we will go through it. Because I do have a prior one that I've been looking at. And we will work on one together so we have a good flow.
And also Buildium
Yeah.
does have
Yep.
architectural violations and violation modules to it. So
Yeah.
hopefully you guys will be willing to use it. It will work smoothly,
Mhm.
swap photos and
That will
comments and
help.
have a history of everything you've ever put in there. Well, not in the past, but going forward, new violations can be tracked in there.
Mhm.
You guys could even, I believe, vote on things
Yep.
in the system. So this kind of communication. So hopefully that's going to be good.
Yeah, and definitely track those things and we absolutely have, dropped the ball on it. So, not an excuse, but part of the reason is we all know that there's been a huge transition for the last year
Mhm.
and we've thrown Charlena into the deep end, but we're trying as fast as we can to shore up all those areas that have been left aside. And I apologize that architecture has been left
Yes.
out of the loop.
Just FYI, I've only been here 5 months. So I still have a lot to do.
Steve, I would like to address, back in June, I received architecture letter about the yard. I understand it. I appreciate it. But I would ask that maybe before you send a letter, because I have always taken care of my yard. Hey, there's a reason. This lady's yard never looks this way. I would like to say, before it was triple digit temperature, I'm not gonna get out and mow in triple digit temperatures. Frank would have been in the hospital in San Antonio. He was there for a month. I was there. When I got the letter, when I came home to check mail, do this, do that, I called Mina and I said, who do I call so I can explain why the yard looks like this? And Mimo said, I will take care of it. Being the friend he is, he mowed it for me. But I'm just asking, use some reasoning in this before you send out a letter and say you're gonna be fined if you don't take care of this.
Okay, can I
You know
just
what
say,
would help?
okay,
Go ahead, Francis.
we had voted to not send you a letter and it got inadvertently sent.
I appreciate it.
And, something else I was gonna say.
Well, the first one's a door hanger. It's
Yeah,
not a
now
letter, it's a
we're
door
doing,
hanger.
yeah, now
And
we're
we
doing.
have
door
asked
hanger.
Matt to go and see if some of the people who are on probation or they need to do community service or anything. We've asked Matt, can you look into that and see there's certain individuals who need help? Can you see if you can get them help? Go to the Boy Scouts, do something.
Right.
We have brought that up.
And all I'm saying is just knock on the door. Is there a reason?
Yeah, we're doing door hangers now for the first notice.
We could come up with a process where we could send out a dispatch to our residents that if you're going through some sort of family crisis and you are not going to be able to take care of your yard, that you can give us your name and we can give it to the architecture board, and then that way they have it. And then they will not put that door hanger on there because we could get a list and then see what we can do to help.
Okay. Thank you. Better move on. Golf committee. We have a report.
Yes. The golf committee is purchasing 2 pallets of grass, St. Augustine for landscaping at the pro shop in Bermuda to patch areas on the greens. They've also purchased chemicals for the course. David Mann is rebuilding the water boxes by the tee boxes. There are 2 tournaments coming up. The Shrimp Boil on September 28th. All proceeds from this tournament, less expenses, go towards improvements on the golf course. We encourage all golfers to participate. Not only is the shrimp awesome, but they will be supporting the upkeep on our course. October 5th, 2024 is the Kinney County Church Alliance Tournament. It's a fun tournament with serious purpose. The proceeds benefit the increasing numbers of seniors, families, and children who depend on KCCA outreach ministries. KCCA provides commodities. We are all struggling in this economy, so you can imagine how hard it is for the needy in our community. We go out for sponsors at $100 each. We welcome donations of any amount. KCCA is a nonprofit entity, and this event, along with the golf ball drop, are the only fundraising events held annually to support our outreach ministries. Contact Katie Brown for more information or stop by the Hope Center. Golfers, mark your calendars. Come out in support of your course and community. Respectfully submitted, Katie Brown.
Preservation.
Good morning. Preservation Committee held their first regular meeting after the summer break, 9/11/24. During the break, email votes were taken on 2 important subjects. First was to get started on the museum repairs. Second was to obtain preservation approval for the design and specification of the new pool lights. Preservation and Historical signed off on approval of the pool lights to the Fort Clark Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Recycling.
We have wonderful news for everybody. Union Pacific Railroad gave us $10,000.
Yeah.
And that goes hopefully towards trying to get another forklift. Okay.
Thank you, Helena.
Yay. Okay, so I got to write another grant, hopefully for Coca-Cola money. So maybe we can actually get another 10 grand. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We find out, well, I have to submit it next week. We find out in mid-October, so that's great because then we could go shopping maybe. So we'll see. So that's the great news. We shipped this week, last week, 22 bales and 18 boxes. Each one we weighed so we know how much weight that Waste Management is getting. So that was our new part of shipping. That all went well despite of our hydraulic oil leak is still a wee bit leaking. So we managed to use the forklift. I also shipped
a bag of sneakers.
Wow.
So we should be getting some money in October. They take their sweet time about checking each pair of sneakers that comes in. So it takes a while, so it'll be a few dollars. What I need desperately is a couple of volunteers for Thursdays, 4 to 6. We struggled a bit over the summer, but it sure would help. 4 to 6, one time a month. And the other thing I need is 4 more pair of old sneakers so I can fill the second bag. That's it. And we have boxes here in the administration building for old sneakers. One in the recycle center, one in the gym. So that's my news for the day.
Excellent.
Questions?
Ladies and gentlemen, I got the check here for $10,000. We need to submit it to community council so they can deposit it Monday and we can get it in our bank
Right.
Monday afternoon, hopefully.
Yeah.
So it's right here, black and white.
Yay.
Helena has done an outstanding job all by herself. Thank you so much, Helena.
Now, why would we give that to community council? They are a 501c3 organization, so when we buy the forklift, it's going to be tax-free under the community council's 501c3. And incidentally, that's how I have purchased the baler and the building and the concrete slab. So all of that is fabulous. That's, I don't know how many thousands of dollars we probably saved on taxes. Yeah. So that's great. I'm trying to remember if there was so far, grant money that we've brought in is $31,500.
Wow.
You know that? This 10 grand, I got 19,500 from the Coca-Cola money, 2,000 from Rio Grande Electric, and now 10 grand from Union Pacific. So I hope to I'm gonna ask for 15,000 for the Coca-Cola grant that I'm putting together, which is the maximum, so.
Good.
Shoot for the stars. Thank you,
Thank you, Ms.
Helena.
Helena.
All right, community council report.
Morning.
Morning.
So for Park Days, we have our first planning meeting on September 22nd at 1:30 here in the boardroom. We're asking for.
Things not
Can you hear me now? Okay, our for Park Days, first planning meeting is September 22nd at 1:30 here in the boardroom. Volunteers are welcome to join us. We're also having a t-shirt drawing contest for Park Days. Deadline's October 15th. We're asking 2 colors, image, design, and print ready file. Include your name, contact information, brief description of your design, and then you can submit it online to aejones84@gmail.com. Raffle, second raffle winner was Kurt Hartlow. We have started our 3rd raffle, and it will go through until Christmas Day. Mostly tours, of course, we're working with the administration office, planning's going really good. I have community concerns, security. People are being let in without people like calling in and asking, like saying, hey, I'm gonna have so-and-so come, so they're concerned about that. They would like it to go back to where you have to call in your guests before allowing them in.
That has always been the way we're supposed to do things.
Yeah,
We had some new people that kind of slipped on that and we've addressed it.
awesome. And then FUD paperwork that I submitted, we were wondering remember I had sent you an email? wondering if you got started.
Ma'am, I've been in budget hell, so no, I have not.
That's what we
But
figured
next
too,
week,
budget.
I have it actually pinned on my email to go through it.
Roads. We're wondering if the potholes will ever be fixed and if the striping will ever be done.
I already talked about the striping earlier, and we're looking into the roads as well, because that's gonna be a CRR project. And it's gonna be costly, so we have to figure out how we're gonna tackle, because it's all over the whole fort. So I'm gonna have to probably have a plan to do sections at a time.
Post theater floors. If there's any more talk about maybe fixing it still.
Still talking.
I know the word, the board, the wood is in there. So I didn't know if,
Most of the wood is not, well, it's not enough, and some of it's damaged wood. And so we may have to wind up using all new wood in there. So I'm actually working with Philip, and I was working with Russ on that recently, which I talked to Lisa about, because it's the same wood that's used on the motel flooring. So we're probably gonna use the damaged wood and use it on the motel, and then see what we have left, and then see what it's gonna cost to fix that.
You
So,
didn't know this, but I have a bunch of that. I just tore down an old historic home. And so I have a bunch of it. I saved it for that floor and I have all the tools to install it, but getting the time to do it's one thing, but I'd be more than happy to help with it. That's, we kind of talked, I do have a bunch of wood. I don't know how many square foot it is. It's probably
know.
300-ish. But,
Okay.
but I plan on giving that to the floor.
Well, there you go. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So we have only one email vote, which was referenced earlier. We looked at what we were paying in our for our general liability insurance, because in the past few years they've financed it out, and the board through email approved paying in a lump sum of $81,547.03, saving us $4,995 in interest. So we figured it was better. We would gain more in the interest that way than holding on to it in the bank to collect the interest. And that was a unanimous vote. I'm gonna move, if no one has a problem.
Nope.
Sorry, Sandy, I'm gonna move something above you for the election committee. I'm gonna move the mud contract update to the top. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna turn that over to Josh.
Okay, I'm gonna try to give everybody the Reader's Digest version. But if you don't have a cup of coffee, you'll need it real quick. It's quite a bit of stuff, but I think I want everybody to be able to understand, this has been a journey for all of us to understand the past history of the fort, and then try to get to a point where we're educated enough to talk about it. And we're probably still going to make some mistakes, but we will start with how this started. We ran out of water at the golf course, and it'd be better to explain how that happened, because Randy's interpretation of it, in my opinion, is incorrect. We put, and not just mine, others as well, but we put what was installed at the pump that's actually at the polishing pond was somewhere between a 50 and a 75 horse pump. The system was designed for a 100 horsepower pump. When we installed a new 75 horsepower pump, it had much more suction, and it was able to apply. Do you remember the PSI? Additional PSI, like 20 or something like that, additional PSI
Yes.
to the system. It was quite a bit more PSI to the overall golf system. So, and the point of that, the system was designed for it regardless, but at the end of the day, it's so that you could water more of the golf course at one time. Instead of watering one hole at a time, it takes our guys 18 hours to water the golf course. So we installed a more appropriate pump to the system, which does draw more water, but the system was designed for it. When that happened, there's so much sludge and debris around the inlet. So if you can imagine that around an inlet, there's a big pipe, and at this pipe, the sludge level used to probably be 3 to 4 feet below this pipe, and it would suck clean water in as clean as effluent can be, and it would send it to the golf course. Well, as this sludge grew in its capacity and heaping around this pipe, it started getting sucked in to the pipe. When we put the new pump in, it sucked it in a lot more, and it clogged all the sprinklers up. So for a short time, everybody was trying to figure it out, cleaning the sprinkler heads nonstop, and to no avail. As they started working through the issue, they figured out that, well, there's way too much debris around the inlet of the pipe. And that's kind of where the story starts. From July 8th to August 5th, and after using over 2 million gallons of water, the golf course was attempting to jet the lines, which was Randy Castillo's recommendation, was to jet our sprinklers and say, well, it's on our end, there's a problem. And then I'll just kind of read some notes that have been put in here. Charlena and Max discussed the problem with Randy. As we suspected, the pump was pulling sediment from the pond, leading to the clogging. Randy was adamant that that was not the problem. On August 1st, 2024, while speaking with Russell near the pool, Randy showed up. We started chatting about the pond, and he informed me that he had just jetted the screen over the cement base and the tunnel leading into the base. However, this jetting didn't seem to resolve the issue, so we ordered new sprinkler heads, assuming that the clogs caused by the calcium buildup. These new heads were replaced and installed in August. On August 6th, the association was formed by Mud a Mud employee who stated that no jetting had actually been performed. Max purchased a 20-foot joint, 1-inch pipe to dip in the area where the pump sits to check for sludge and buildup. Our pump was set to 16 foot deep from the ground level to the bottom of the pump. After dipping the concrete enclosure, Max verified that there was between 12 and 18 inches of sludge over the bottom of the pump. It was shortly after this that I requested an emergency meeting with Mud. I was denied that meeting. During this period, during August 7th to September 16th, during this period, we hand watered the greens daily, excluding Sundays, using an average of 5,400 gallons of water each day. Also drained the pond to a level below or equal to the intake pipe, a process that took several days. And throughout this time, we used the water. We wasted water because we could only focus on watering the fairways due to debris continuously entering the line. Draining the pond took approximately 3 days and 30 hours of work. Once the pond was fully drained, it became clear that the debris issue was caused by the intake line and half filled with sludge. The pump burned out after 2 weeks, September 1st, 2021, and we had to buy a new one for $397. During this time period, there were many attempts from the association to fix the problem. Several Ford employees were involved in the situation, including the head of maintenance and his employees, and the early attempts we made to correct the problem were not successful. Along with Ford employees, we also tried cleaning the screens at the intake, and the association was informed that Mud had also attempted to jet the line. After assessing the situation, Max concluded that dredging the pond was the only viable solution. At that point, I went to the pond and looked at it and completely agree. It is absolutely the only solution. I communicated this to the association, who then informed Mud, and I also spoke with Randy about the issue. The conversation with Mud was brief, and they ultimately determined that they were not responsible for carrying out the dredging work in the polishing pond. So at this point, we have the pump finally running. We have the sprinkler heads clogging. Realize it's the retention pond buildup. Start and stop with the hand watering greens. Randy addressing the screens. Randy responded to the need for the dredging of the retention pond, and dredging conducted using our equipment. Philip, my maintenance supervisor, along with Jason, his maintenance technician, went out to the pond with our backhoe and dump truck to attempt to dredge out the pond in order to secure the much needed water for the golf course. They dedicated 5 hours of their time on a Sunday, their day off, but unfortunately our equipment was not sufficient to manage the level of the dredging required. We ordered an excavator and work was completed on September 13th of this month. So after ordering an excavator, which took about, it was going to be like a week and a half before it was able to be delivered. The problem is in that week and a half, we got 7 inches of rainfall. So that actually filled the polishing pond up with more water and we had to wait. So we're still without water at the golf course hand watering. I'm not going to complain about the rain. We needed it. More important than the polishing pond. But at the end of the day, they drained the polishing pond back down. Philip was able to get in there. And as Philip does, he's very has good ingenuity. He built a new 90-degree and used 8 bags of concrete and made a new apparatus to try to see if we couldn't jet some cleaner or, pull in some cleaner water. Mr. Wilson, Max Wilson, worked approximately 30 hours. Philip worked approximately 25. Maintenance workers worked approximately 30. Excavator costs were $3,200. And that does not include any of the administrative time and all of the time that it took for our employees additionally to use our equipment to haul water back and forth from the pickup next to the old teen center. On September 11th, Randy met with Charlena at the pond and explained that the work was to, or was that Max?
That was
Okay. Met with Max at the pond and explained the work we completed was meant to be temporary solution, which that is accurate. He stated that come winter, we would need to dredge the pond again, emphasizing we will need to dredge the pond, which to my understanding means mud. So you have a brief overview, a generalization of what has taken place and why we didn't have water at the golf course. Pretty severe situation because during that time, coincidentally, we were over 100 degrees almost every day. We had no water. At no point in time did Mud try to be of help. At no point in time did they try to use their equipment, their employees, or try to make it their problem. They told us point blank, it is your problem. And so now I'm going to kind of establish some of those facts so that you can make up your mind for yourself. They asked us, we asked for another meeting, and this secondary meeting was spurred on by not just the water issue, but we have a contract that is unsigned with Mud. And the contract is not a complicated document. It's just a contract basically leasing a continual lease on land in a variance that was given in variance number is 2019-07, which gives an additional 6.4 acres to Mud. And our agreement is just, there's 3 parties involved, the city, Mud, and the association. And Mud runs the treatment plant, city owns all the treatment plant, and the fort owns the land, to make it very simple. So because we have this unsigned contract, we wanted to sit down with Mud and talk to them. I think anybody in their right mind would consider that to be reasonable. And we wanted to sit down with them and ask them questions because we don't have the history and the background to understand everything that's taken place before us, nor has there ever been a system or a knowledge passed down, turnover process between boards to pass this knowledge on. I got a lot of this knowledge by calling old board members and asking, hey, what happened in these agreements? What happened in these talks? Mud requested an agenda from us, and they want an agenda before they would even consider meeting with us. And that's not unreasonable, so we sent them an agenda. And this is what Lisa sent. It says, good morning, board members. We would like to formally invite you to a meeting on Wednesday, September 18th at 2 p.m. in executive session. Now, why is executive session important? We're not trying to make this public. We weren't trying to drag Mud through the mud. We were simply trying to have a conversation with them to talk about some of these things, which rightly we should talk about, and to discuss a couple of items. I believe it was requested that there is a list of agenda, to be a list of the agenda items to be discussed. They are as follows. Discuss an unsigned additional 40-acre contract. We've since resolved that through our own stirring and digging through documents and just trying to interpret all of the mess. There is no additional unsigned 40-acre contract. The variance covers an additional 6.4 acres. However, it is extremely confusing the way that the survey is done and the way the language is in the contract. 2 is discuss parties' commitments to our current contract from the polishing pond to the golf course. And discuss easement access by outside vendors that are non-contractors. Now, what that means is essentially that Mud, as y'all probably seen or heard, is Mud is allowing contractors to come in and dispose of wastewater within the fort's boundaries. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Their permit clearly covers that they are able to do that. But where it is our job and our fiduciary obligation is to make sure that we're getting a fair shake in the deal. If they are making money off of contractors coming onto our property, then we're entitled to consideration. And that consideration might be $1 per truck, but it's definitely worth having a conversation with reasonable people to sit down and say, hey, how do y'all feel about this? never was and never has been an attack. Please review all applicable information beforehand so we can have a great meeting. We are focused on moving the fort forward and are excited to sit down and discuss the issues that can do that. Kindly confirm this if this time works for you. This was denied. So I'm going to move into some of the contract stuff so that everybody can kind of understand. There is one signed contract currently. It was signed in 1994. And in section K4, this is what the contract says. There's been a lot of discussion about whether we should pay for the pumps, irrigation, and all that stuff. And while there may be a lot of gray area there, this is what the contract says that we have signed. The district and the city agree to continue furnishing without charge all, it's a legal document, all treated wastewater to the association for irrigation of its existing 18-hole golf course, and on the same basis that such water has been supplied to the association in the past. Such supply should be provided from the polishing pond, for which flow shall be pumped with appropriate chlorination. When not needed for irrigation, the wastewater will be discharged to Lost Morris Creek according to their contract, to the permit, and any construction of the pump and pipeline facilities necessary for transport of the water from the new facilities shall be paid for as part of the project cost. What that means, essentially, in 94, the new plant was being built and there was irrigation set up to get water to the golf course. The association will be responsible for the cost of all utilities and chlorine required for irrigation equipment. In addition, the association will be responsible for all costs incurred for the maintenance and repair of all pumps. Think of that narrow scope, pumps and chlorination equipment associated with the irrigation of the 18-hole golf course. Now, I don't know about y'all, but pumps does not include a polishing pond. That is very clear. This is very simple. 8-year-old can read this. It's not complicated. The unsigned lease agreement, that is a 3-party agreement between the city and MUD and us, that would have been dated, I can't remember the date now, but it would have been two and a half years ago or so. In the beginning of this contract, lease agreement among Fort Clark Springs Association and Fort Clark MUD and the city of Brackettville. In the beginning of this, much like our documents, there's a covenants and conditions part of the agreement. And one of the lines in the covenants part of the agreement is, whereas the parties wish to set forth the terms and conditions of their agreement pertaining to the use of real property described in this agreement for the purposes of spray irrigation method of disposal. There's only one place anywhere in this county where spray irrigation method of disposal for affluent water happens, and that's the golf course. Secondly, in the maintenance and repair, it says, in addition, the association will be responsible for all costs incurred for maintenance and repair of all affluent piping systems and chlorination equipment within the leased property, subject to the approved design of the district engineers. So pretty much mirroring that of the 1994 agreement, we're in charge of the piping and we're in charge of the pumps. We're not in charge of the polishing pond. It does not say that. And the reason that this contract is not signed, well, the reason we haven't signed it, I don't know why the last board didn't sign it. But the reason we have not signed it is there's 2 parts of this contract that we do not agree with, and our next steps will be to meet with the city. The association will be responsible for all costs. Okay, when not, this is the water part. When not reserved by the city or needed for irrigation, the wastewater will be discharged to Lost Morris Creek. So listen to that. When not reserved by the city first, or needed for irrigation second, then it'll go to the creek. And if you go to section 2, it says first right of refusal. The city, in bold letters, the city reserves a right of first refusal on any wastewater before the association is furnished with wastewater. Such supply will be provided at no cost to the city from the polishing pond. And when not reserved by the city or needed for irrigation, the wastewater will be charged to Lost Morris Creek. So I would wager that probably every member would agree we're not going to sign this, right? Does this need to turn into a fight? Absolutely not. But the land was granted to MUD to then lease to the city, and the city built the wastewater treatment facility and got a USDA loan for the additional retention pond. This never would have happened without the land being given. So our consideration is the fact that we get the water. Okay. All the other stuff you pay for. You pay for it in your taxes. You pay for it in your water tap. You pay for it. It's not free. You pay for it. Okay. So the idea that somehow you're given something is not correct. Through the negotiation process on Monday, May 23rd, I have a correspondence here with Cassandra Flores. I believe Cassandra Flores is also the city's attorney and MUD's attorney.
That was 2022?
Huh?
Was that 2022?
Yeah. She puts in here considerations for the lease. And at the end of this, you'll understand why I'm trying to line this stuff out for you. Free irrigation of the golf course. Free chlorine, which according to the agreement, the association should pay for. So these would be things that you would say, well, they should be in the agreement. When you sign the agreement, we agree. This is what you're going to get. There's a legal term called past consideration is not consideration at all. I don't know if I said that exactly right, but we already had free irrigation of the golf course. We already had that water. So that's no consideration. What is consideration is for the chlorine that they've always kind of taken care of would be new consideration. So I'm going to go through the TCEQ permit application for a major amendment. And I'll explain to you why this is important. So what I have here is a bunch of documents. I believe this is all public information. If not, it is what it is. But application for domestic wastewater permit is administrative report 1.0, section 2, type of application. Major amendment with renewal. For amendments or modifications, describe the purpose of your changes. Think about that. For amendments or modifications, describe the purpose of your changes. Holding ponds will be added to attenuate flow and update golf course irrigation acreage from 40 to 92 acres. Kind of makes it seem like the affluent flow to the golf course is pretty important. Resolution 2019, which makes it possible to even have this expansion, is an expansion of 6.4 acres given in variance to MUD to be able to build this tank. It wouldn't even have happened without the board voting on the expansion or the variance. So we weren't given anything. We paid for it right here. Section 11, the TLAP disposal information. City nearest disposal site or Clark Springs Association or golf course. Okay. For TLAPs, describe the routing of the treatment facility to the disposal site. It describes it and says for over 20 years we've been taking this water from this disposal site to the golf course. For TLAPs, please identify the nearest water course to the disposal site which rainfall runoff might flow if not contained. There's no water course that rainfall runoff is anticipated since the golf course has a control system that it controls the areas where the effluent water is to be sprayed. This permit application is not proposing to change golf course application. Next section, Domestic Technical Report 1.0, Section 4, Treatment Process. And there's a big paragraph, but I'll just abbreviate here. Water from the polishing pond is sent to the golf course irrigation after chlorination is needed. Section B, Buffer Zones. The ponds proposed for construction are offset from adjacent property. No new irrigation areas proposed to be added with this renewal application. All of the existing irrigation effluent is going to the golf course after appropriate chlorination. Domestic Worksheet 3.0, Land Proposal Effluent. Irrigation. The irrigation box is marked in this application. It's just, you can imagine a government website, right? You have to establish a land application. And in the land application is a land application site crop. Crop type, Bermuda grass, overseeded with winter rye. Area, 92 acres. Land use, golf course. Existing. We've never planted rye. Domestic Worksheet 3.1, Surface land disposal of effluent. Irrigation, area under irrigation, 92 acres. Hours, days, and weeks. 6 days and 6 hours a day, 7 days a week. Design application rate, 3.1 acre feet per year, I believe. Method of application, spray. The golf course has been using the effluent for 20 years. Section 2, subsurface area drip dispersal system instructions. Irrigation operations. Application area, 92. Irrigation rate, in inches per hour. Golf course irrigation, over 20 years of history. And at the end, there's even this little flow chart that's really pretty that has golf course. So that's 11 times in this permit that the golf course getting the effluent water is mentioned 11 times. It is 100% reasonable to say that that is our water. Now, do we need all of it? No, we don't. And there's times of the year that we can't use all of it. And there's provisions within the permit. Say we get 7 inches of rain, we may not be able to water for a week and a half because the permit says that if you put water on the course and it runs off, then we're in violation of the TCQ permit. It has to stay within the boundaries. If you imagine a 92-acre fenced-in area, none of that water can leave that area. That's the permit restrictions. Now, why is all of this important? Well, we have a site ruckus with the general manager. So we have had numerous people, Max, Charlena, try to work with the general manager of MUD to no avail. Through no part of the process have they tried to be helpful. And I hope that by hearing all of these documents right here, that you can see that the irrigation to the golf course is an integral and mandatory part of their permit. It's all over almost every document that exists within the permit itself, within the application itself. And without the irrigation side of this being proposed and put into the application, the permit for the additional retention pond wouldn't have even been granted, more than likely. So on Monday, September 9th, I went on vacation. And I got a phone call from Randy. And I told him I was on vacation. And his logic to me was, well, I just got off vacation. And I said, well, I just went on vacation, and commenced to chewing my butt about us wanting to have a meeting to talk about water. So he had called Lisa first, but because I have books that I've been reading for months, I a little bit more versed in it, and she sent him to me. And she owes me dinner for like the rest of my board life. I've made some notes here. I'm not super thin-skinned, but I'll tell you that very few times in my life have I been disrespected, unreasonably questioned, and talked to in the manner that Randy spoke to me. Not once was Randy reasonable or respectful. He stated that he already has his permit. Why would he talk to us? Those are his words, verbatim. He also stated that he didn't give a crap whether our golf course got water. And I know for a fact that the president was standing right next to him because I could hear him talking. And then he got on the phone after Randy got into my butt and tried to pull the same stuff. So,
Who's the president?
Felix Serna. So he stated that we get our wastewater treated and should be grateful. To which I said, we pay for those services, and that payment helped raise your family. It helps pay for your truck, your pension, your salary, and your vacation. So over and over again, I stated to Randy that we do not want to fight. We do not want to argue. We just want to sit down and weed through some of this stuff so that we understand that is our job. At no point did anybody disrespect MUD to any manner, to this degree, to have this kind of a conversation. To say that I'm disappointed would be a complete understatement. In my opinion, and I told this to Randy, sorry, Charlena, if my general manager talked to anybody like that, I would make a motion to have her fired immediately. I would not allow her to speak to anybody like that. And if I heard it, that would be my decision. So what are our next steps? And our next step is that we will be sending MUD a bill, and it will be very sizable. As you can tell, we put a lot of work into this, a lot of time. We spent a lot of money getting equipment here and issue processing this. And then we also want to meet with the city and say, hey, why is this in the agreement? Why is there a perceived, attempt to get a first right of refusal to take water away from the fort? Once again, we don't necessarily need all of it. I believe at one time it was flowing and see Travis back there. He may know a little more about this. I think the maximum permit amount is 500,000 gallons per day. I think it generally averages like 183. I've seen that number a few times, so I don't know if that's accurate. But we don't necessarily need all the water, but we are entitled to that water. That is part of our trade-off and our consideration for allowing them to have the land. Everything else you pay for, so it's not free. And with that, if anybody has any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer it. But we want to get all this out in the open. We think it's really important, and we have literally no intentions of wanting to argue or fight about this stuff. But when we're met with this kind of unreasonableness, it needs to be held in this forum right here.
Charlene, at this time, how much of the membership paid? What we were responsible for and what we think Mud is responsible for, more or less.
For
Or how much we spent in the last 6 months.
on this, the timeline I've given John.
What has been our responsibility and what has been, you think, their responsibility?
I'm not sure what you're asking me, Memo.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's quite a fair question.
Well, how much of it, I know some of it was a sprinkler system that we had to pay for, but as far as the polishing pond, how much have we spent, like for the excavator and everything else?
Oh, well, the excavator was $3,200. I've spent, obviously, there's 25 hours that Philip has worked. That doesn't include the Sunday that he and Jason worked on our equipment and 5 hours in that polishing pond. It doesn't include the amount of manual labor that we have spent for 6 weeks, Monday through Saturday. And mind you, I'm not saying this to be ugly, but you have no idea how many people complained to us that we were making noise at 10 o'clock at night because we had to water manually and then question us why because we didn't have an emblem on the truck, the water truck. We also, our nozzle on that broke, the pump to water manually. And we couldn't even water all of the greens. We only watered just the green part, not the fairways. And of course, mind you, at 100 degrees out there, I would say, I'm going to guesstimate. I'm going to say at least 10, maybe 10,000. I'm just going to say,
More or less.
I don't know, more or less.
And this is membership, the membership's money.
Yes,
Okay.
because that's that's
of our
labor
costs.
that comes out of the membership money. All the overtime, all the labor, our equipment, all of the maintenance, everything that we do is income that we spend from the membership.
And paying for the water that we had to put in the
Yeah,
truck.
we had to pay. We use 5,400 gallons a day, 6 days a week for 6 weeks, which I have to call Mud to find out what that cost is per day. So when it could have been free and we could have avoided all this, in my opinion, just my humble opinion, if the pond would have been dredged, all of it could have been stopped by 2 days of work and it would have been over and done with instead of fighting. And I don't understand the fighting. I don't like to fight. I hate the back and forth when we're supposed to be a team. So I don't understand it. But that's my humble opinion.
I'd like to comment about a couple of things. First of all, I want to commend John for having read the multitude of documents that he read until he was nearly blind. I did that for most of my career, and I can tell you that I'm going to have corrective lenses beyond what I have. In any event, I think it's significant, and John, you did a great job of running through this briefly. I know you could have spent a lot more time saying hitting the points that you did, and I appreciate you abbreviating it the way you did, but I think it's important to recognize that the decision was made to undertake dredging the polishing pond at a time when we were at peak heat here in Kinney County. And as many of you probably know, during that time of peak heat and drought, the grass in our golf course would diminish rapidly. And we believe that the golf course is an essential asset to this community, not only for all the members to play, but it can be at times an income producing entity or part of this organization. And it was made clear, and John, the only thing I think you maybe didn't make clear, or at least I didn't hear it, was the fact that you were told unequivocally by Randy that dredging the polishing pond was not MUD's responsibility.
Yeah.
Now, there's two problems with that. Number one, dredging the polishing pond allows us to use the water that we're entitled to use. But number two, dredging the polishing pond is an essential element to maintenance and having the polishing pond function properly. I mean, you can't have an essential part of effluent disposition without having a pond that is capable of taking in as much water as it does. So dredging is an essential part of the maintenance of the system of sewage disposal. So for him to have said to you, dredging the polishing pond is not my problem, not MUD's problem, simply is wrong. And so I guess to make it clear, this has now become an issue that we may have to address in a manner that we would not like to. I know it's been said several times, we don't want to fight. We don't want to fight. But we've tried to talk. We've tried more than once to talk and to be reasonable about whose responsibility is what. And it's been made very clear to us that, number one, they don't even want to talk about it. And so we will have to address that in whatever manner is appropriate. There's no doubt that the terms of the contracts regarding disposal of wastewater seem to be different. The two different contracts, correct? That also is an issue that could be addressed if they were willing to talk to us. I'm happy that I wasn't on the phone conversation with John because it sounds like one of those conversations, it would have been very difficult for me to remain silent in the face of what sounds like some very critical language, as well as a very staunch position that they don't intend to cooperate with us. And to recognize that we pay for most of what MUD does. And to be denied the assistance and to what we are entitled to and have been entitled to for years and years just doesn't make any sense. And so, again, I commend you, John, for taking the time that you did, and want all of you, the members, to know that this is not going to go away. This is something that we will pursue in whatever appropriate manner we will pursue. And we intend to have discussions beyond today about this, and we'll certainly pursue it to the best of our abilities.
And it may seem like a dumb question. How knowledgeable do you think MUD's board is of everything that Randy is doing? Are they aware how uncooperative he is with us in a contract? Have they been invited to say, hey, will you come talk to us so we can explain what's going on with this contract?
I can't really answer that question other than for one board member. When Felix got on the phone after talking with Randy, he asked why, repeatedly again, why we want to have a meeting. I said, look, we don't want to fight. We just want to talk about things, sit down. We're ignorant. We'd like to go through some of this stuff. And his response to me was to read exactly what I read to you, that we're in charge of all pumps and irrigation. Or really, it's all pumps and chlorination. He read that to me and said, this is why we're not cleaning the polishing pond. So he was present the entire time Randy said everything that he said. So beyond that, I don't know what any of the other board members do or don't.
Yeah, maybe one of the answers to your question is it's been hinted to us that the answer is not clear at all.
And they, to be clear, the meeting that was requested was for their entire board and Randy, not just with Randy. So since we've got more than one, we need to come up to the microphone.
FYI, they were also informed about 30 days in advance because the meeting was scheduled on September the 18th. And they knew well in advance. It wasn't an overnight decision to meet with them.
I did talk to one of the board members and not Mr. Sonny. And it is the board's understanding that the contract is to be talked to by the managers, the two managers, by Ms. Cavender and Randy. It's not a board to board discussion.
Well, let me speak to that.
He can't sign a
I
contract.
can't
I'm
sign
just
it.
telling you
Yeah.
what.
Yeah.
And that was their, yes,
Yeah.
and that was their response, was that they wouldn't speak to us at all, but that they would be more than happy to let Randy speak to Ms. Charlena. And this is nothing to do with Charlena, but this is a board matter. This is a board decision. This is not this is beyond the scope of daily operations. So,
Contract.
and it's a contract.
I cannot sign contracts at all. So
I understand that. I just, maybe some of the board members do not understand that.
I think you're
Well,
absolutely right.
That's a
about
good
that.
example.
Yeah.
It is a good example, but at the end of the day, when we get on the board, one of our ethics is that we have to continuously educate ourselves and try to get better at what we do.
Yeah.
And it is not an excuse for them to not know that. That means they haven't read their own documents, and it is a chance that provision doesn't exist. But at the end of the day, ignorance is not an excuse.
MUD members are elected officials. They're controlled by the state of Texas. They even get $50 a month for being a MUD board member. Unless it's gone up this year, but my understanding is they get $50 a month to serve on that MUD board.
Are there any, Bill, you had kind of heard, did you change your mind?
Question, what was the reason that the new holding pond was built? Does anybody know?
The new holding pond?
Yeah, the one that,
Well, in the draft permit, it says to attenuate water going to the golf course for irrigation.
all right, I understand. Correct, I'm not, I wasn't inside, but I was told, I had heard that TCEQ told MUD you cannot dump your affluent water into the creek anymore. So they had to build another holding pond, which would have been the one, I guess, that we're using for the golf course.
Mhm.
So that they were not going to be allowed to dump water into the creek. Because the parts per million, whatever they go through, change.
Well, yeah, my understanding is they can still dump, but the restrictions are more.
Well, yeah, but that was the reason they wanted to build the pond.
Well, obviously, it increased their capacity, but I can shine some light on that. The Conleys filed what's called an affected person. I don't know if it's suit exactly, but when they put in for this permit for the money, well, when the grant was being considered, they had to apply for the permit. When all of that was going on, the resolution was passed. which speaking with some of the past board members that were present at the time, the interpretation was that Randy came into the executive session meeting, which we have the notes, and basically said, hey, this is all being done to help better make the situation better for the golf course. And that was one of the determining factors in the yes vote of allowing the resolution to pass, okay, for the 200-foot by 1,400-foot easement to allow the Demuth fence to build the pond.
Right.
So through that process, when you apply for a new permit, there's a section in there that goes through like public hearing, and I may screw some of this up, but get the gist. It goes through public hearing, and then an affected person can then apply for like the ability to speak. And then that goes to the executive director, and the executive director eventually makes a decision, then it goes to the commissioners. Through that process, they did make a claim that they didn't want the water put in the creek. The result of that, I never got that far, so I don't know. There may be some truth to what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change our circumstance.
No,
as
I
to getting
understand.
the water.
I'm not
Yeah.
complaining about anything. I just, it's kind of like history stuff. But you mentioned that the city owns the,
Yeah, it's really complicated. It's really kind of a mess. Yeah.
so isn't by law the whole sewer plant have to be dredged every so often?
Probably. Now you're going into dark territory.
Well, I know.
And that's why
But the point being is that if the city owns it, then the city is responsible for clearing out.
That's not entirely true, because see, the city owns the system up there. At least I don't know if that's 100. I'm saying that correctly. You think
Yeah,
it'd be
I
that black
understand, but the point
The
is,
MUD has an operations and maintenance agreement with the city. Okay, so MUD takes care of everything, and the city owns the rights to it.
yeah, but if that's the case, if the city owns the system, couldn't they get grants?
I don't think this is a money issue.
No, I know, but just to clean out the holding tanks, all of it.
Why?
What do they do with the stuff?
I don't have an answer for that. Well, if you're going to ask what do they do with the stuff that comes out of the pond, there's provisions within the permit for solid waste disposal. And as long as you're taking that to a TCEQ certified plant dump, they can dredge the stuff out of the ponds, and it can then be taken to our dump, because we do have a TCEQ certified dump.
Yeah, well, so, but that's the point. They should be partly responsible for keeping the holding pens clean.
Well, and that's the discussion we want to have. So do we?
That's an aspect of
Yeah.
it that should
That's
be
why we want the
considered.
media.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, not just the one pond that we're talking about for the golf course, it should be all of them.
It is.
They have to be cleaned sometime, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Who's responsible?
Just
Good question.
real quick, going back to Wanda. When it comes, she can't sign a contract, but I don't really know exactly what all, except for it sounds like there's a lot of offense going with the mud
She can
board.
negotiate.
More, well, that's what I say. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like,
No.
actually what you're allowed for people to bring a contract to you is make sure that, and I think that's the thing with Randy, that's what I'm kind of hearing is that this is a little intimidating for a lot of people. So if the two managers could sit, they can't sign anything. That would be illegal. But it's so if she can articulate and he can articulate, if they come to common grounds, he goes back to his board and you go back to your board. And then that's when you guys have your meeting and then we get progress, because then you get us.
Well, no, it was an executive session.
was an executive
meeting.
session
It was
meeting.
not an
Are
open
you
meeting.
implying that MUD's intimidated by us?
No, what I'm
Well,
trying
who would be
what I'm trying
intimidated
to say
then?
is when it comes down to the
Intimidated, what are
manager,
you talking about?
she can review, she can talk about contracts to present to you guys, and then she can also give her opinion if she thinks it's good or bad. Because you guys getting all together is a lot of time. But she can, since she works here during the week, she has the right to.
Okay, well, let me just stop you right there. She has already talked with Randy about the contract. Randy has come and pounded his fist on the desk
Okay,
with
and
the
then-
contract.
Okay, then
So we were past that 3 months ago.
well, no, and okay, and I think that's what I was hearing.
Yeah.
Wanda was saying that
Yeah,
because
we
they
were
have
past that a long time ago.
board.
All you have
But she
to, the
does
only
have the
thing that you
right
have
to
to really put
discuss.
into your calculator is that Randy said to me, why would I talk to you? I already have my permit.
No, I know, I get it.
There is no
There's a lot
reason
of-
to have a
there's lot of
conversation
disrespect
with
and
her
offense,
beyond
and
that.
I just, no,
Yeah.
and I get it. I just was kind of want
Yeah.
resolution and.
Yeah.
All right, okay, one more and then we need to move on or we'll be here all day.
The relationship between the board, the mud board or the mud association and the city is a little vague to me. Are you all equal entities? In other words, we're not over the mud board.
No,
No,
we're not
correct.
over.
No,
That's correct.
okay.
Yeah.
So when you have this idea of further discussion with the city, sure, it'd be great if they could put pressure on MUD to get this thing straightened out. I sincerely doubt it. And I think this has to go to legal arbitration. I mean, you're at a point where I don't give a crap about the fort. I mean, that's bizarre.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is way intense. And so you're not going to get money. You want money to repay labor and the excavator? No way. They're going to throw it in the trash.
Yeah.
So that's
May-
my recommendation.
That may happen. That
Yeah.
may happen.
And
And we have options.
Yeah. Arbitration.
I would prefer we don't go down that road because it's gonna cost the membership money.
That's right.
It's a lot easier for an elected board to come in here and talk to this elected board and try to straighten it out,
But you're-
All right.
and cheaper.
I appreciate everyone's, input and concerns. And, it's unfortunate that we're here because this is our community. It's, we all live here. Mud is basically here because of the fort. And maybe I'm hopeful, but I hope that we can still sit down and work it out because it'll cost all of us if we have to go to litigation. So, and I guess enough said on that because we do have to move on. So we'll go back up to the top, which is establish the election committee. So thank you all for sticking with us. At this point, Sandy Hagan has volunteered to chair the committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We have Constance Kilgore, Pat Stephenson, Francis Bitter, and Sherry Dobbs have all volunteered. So that gives us a five-person committee for the election. So
I move to appoint Sandy as chairman and the others who volunteered to be part of the election committee.
and establish a second. Do we have a second?
I'll absolutely second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
One
He's
abstain.
raising his hand. You just
One
can't see him.
abstain. I guess we'll go with that.
Where'd he go?
See, I don't know where he went. He just disappeared.
He might have gone to the restroom.
Yeah, it's been long
He's been
enough.
drinking coffee.
Sandy, as the veteran of this, do we need to do anything else for you or are we good? Or would you like to say a few words?
Please, possible. No, thank you. I will be texting everybody for this meeting to get together and set the dates. I will need, again, your help. Unless, of course, you decide to run and then we have to replace you at some point.
What, are you trying to put me on the spot?
He's already sweating.
I'd like you on committee, but that's. And he's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I just, we'll be in contact because I have everybody's phone numbers from the past. And I want to thank people that were on the meeting last year. This year. I need to work out a couple of things on what we talked about before, making sure we get an after list from membership services. And that way we can do that really quickly. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. We appreciate it.
Sandy. Appreciate it. That was quick.
Okay, that was good. Can we go as fast the next time? Probably not. The second item is a discussion on possibly adding a survey to the election ballot about capital improvements to get a bead on what the membership sees as their priorities or focus should be.
let's see, I think I have some of the ideas would be, I'll just read what I wrote here. Adding a survey on member priorities regarding capital improvements to the upcoming election ballot is a way that we can gather member input and ensure that the proposed improvements align with their preferences. When we do our vision traction workshop again, it will give us a better bead on what we should focus on. We could add, that's my suggestion, would be to add 3 to 5 projects on the ballot, depending on the, what we're capable or what the auditors are capable, how we would have to word it to get that calculated. And then, and possibly have it ranked in the order of priority. Below are a few of the items that could be on the survey: roads, front fence, upgraded electrical and plumbing at the motel and admin, adult center revamp, with possibly moving offices, stuff down the road, upgrade RV park and sites, Dickman parade ground, commissary. If we agreed to do this, we have until the ballots need to be finalized to create to get a list. And so between now and February, we could put things out already to the membership, and to see if there's any input on what they'd like to see on there. And that I don't think I've thought of everything, but I wanted to open it up for discussion among the board members.
And that's pretty good.
Just for clarification, so we'll put, if we make a decision about investing in fixing up Dickman Hall, we would want to take it to the voters. That we're gonna fix it, spend money on Dickman Hall?
Well, what we would do is like say, if we listed 5 items, like the top 5, the roads, doing a whole new front
Okay.
fence, upgrading electrical at motel, and then have them rank what they think is their priorities 1 through 5.
Okay.
1 being the top, 5 being the bottom.
Are we
I
gonna
mean,
put
that's a
Are we gonna put
possibility.
an estimated price tag like front fence, 50 grand, roads, 500 grand, I mean.
Well, we can try to get, we can estimate that before it goes out on the ballot.
But even if we got the vote, isn't it gonna be bottom line how much we can? We only have
It's
$10 in the
not-
bank, we're not gonna be
It
able to
is
do anything.
not, it is not that whatever is voted the top is what we do.
I
It's
think
just to get
it's
an
dangerous. I
idea.
think it's dangerous to add an estimate of costs in the survey. Keep in mind, this is only a survey
Yes,
of what the members believe to be priority
Okay.
capital improvements. And then we deal with them as a board on down the line when we recognize the members would like to have this worked on first. And therefore we go through what normal channels we go through in order to accomplish that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to see us through a survey be committed to
no,
a dollar amount
Sure.
no,
on a project.
or committed to the project. It's just to give the membership a chance to give some input.
Yeah, it would be nice to do that. And that could be, the way I understand it, just a 1-page survey that's put into the envelope along with the ballot. Yes, Sandy?
Just got back in.
We did this several years ago. Included a survey. It was multi-page though, and that presented a problem with ballots. We had to send out 2 envelopes and 2 return envelopes and so forth. So yeah.
Just like 5 bullet points,
Just
yeah.
have it very simple about, very, very brief. You can use both sides. That way we only have 2 pages and 2 envelopes to include, send it out, because if you go to that 3rd page, then we're gonna be concerned about postage increase for the next house. So, which is actually a lot of money at 70.
Yeah,
Will the auditors be adding up the numbers,
yes.
the survey
Yeah,
numbers?
And all it is a survey, simply
Yeah,
have them check, yes, I'm interested, no, or rank it 1, 2, 3 in interest, or however you guys decide to do it. But keep it to both sides of 1 sheet of paper.
But it is possible to put that all in the same, it's no
It's not going to
additional
be on the
cost.
ballot.
Will
It's
not
two
be on the ballot.
different pieces of paper.
Right,
We will
right.
have the
But it,
standard ballot that has the candidates on it. And then there'll be, there's the pamphlet that goes out and the sheet that goes out explaining the resumes and the photos of the people. And then you can add the third one, but keep it to one sheet, both sides, and just make it simple, yes, no, or rank type survey. You're not really voting, it's a survey. You're showing
Right.
interest. And it'd be interesting to see how many can come back.
And those are returned separately, you said?
No,
They'll come
The same
together.
The same, yeah, we got that third page and the envelope, so we. don't
Okay,
wanna
so just
go-
one ballot, one envelope
One
goes
ballot,
back to
one
the same thing.
pamphlet,
Okay,
Yeah.
very
one
good.
resume pamphlet, and then one survey.
One more piece of paper to fold. So,
Yeah, and because we'll have them all pre-folded like last time, and Charlie and I will be meeting with you because you were responsible for helping put the ballot together and getting it printed out and. all that
Is
stuff.
there any substantial added cost to the ballot processing from the auditors by adding this survey on there?
That's what I was wondering, whether it adds any cost. It will add
It
cost,
might, yeah,
just
because
kind
that's
of
something
like
else that they're
handling.
handling.
All right,
Like
we'll have to check
double
the-
or-
yeah,
or
to
we don't know.
calculate.
Can we count the survey here? It's not a ballot, it's a survey.
It's just a
Yeah,
sur-
we
it's
can
just a
count the survey.
The only increase in costs is if it goes over the 2 cent into the 3 cent and then the postage jumps.
Gotcha.
But we have a we get both postage rate. From the post office, so it's a little bit less, but it would add, so we won't know that till we get it together. What we take is we take 3 pieces of paper, the envelopes, put them together, and then we have them at the post office, and then they tell us if they. Okay.
I think this is much better done as a survey through dispatch, email, that sort of thing. This has nothing to do with the ballot. And
Might cause
And if
confusion.
you have, and if the auditors are gonna receive it and count them up, it's gonna cost you more money.
Well, the auditor does, the auditor can. I agree, I mean, you can do it by email, people who
Yeah.
want to answer by email, but we don't get everybody that way. But either way, it doesn't
You're not
matter.
gonna get everybody.
The election, if you want the election committee to, okay, if not, and the auditor does not have to count it. Given specific instructions that we'll come over and pick them up, or she can send surveys to us in an envelope or whatever.
We'll just have mailed here.
It can work either way.
Okay.
Just a description saying that if you do want to participate in the survey, you can pick it up at the front office or go to this email.
Quick question.
We can do that, but you can try by dispatch.
What I'm saying is that way you won't have a member saying, I didn't know about this, but if we put on there that you can pick this up.
Believe me, our ballot is full enough already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. Are those 5 things set in stone?
no,
No, we were just
I
trying,
have
we
a
were just trying to.
suggestion.
Okay.
So you've got the 2 tennis courts that are pretty dilapidated, and right now pickleball is a really hot sport. What if you looked at those 2 courts to change them to pickleballs? Perhaps that could become a source of income and have pickleball
It's
tournaments.
an idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, just
That was
a
thought
thought.
at one
Actually,
time.
Megan told me about that from the golf course. Pickleball's a Yeah, hot sport, yeah, even it with is. young people. Yeah, she's already mentioned to me, and so I actually was talking to her about it in our other tennis court, so I got it.
Is it hotter than
To the
disc
list.
golf? 'Cause that
Okay,
doesn't get
there
mentioned.
are 2 courts out at the golf course, that are perfect for pickleball.
That's what Megan was saying, yeah.
We cleaned them, we had volunteers go out and we cleaned it all up. And maintenance needed to come in and cut the tree limbs back away from it and grade so that, the mud doesn't keep flowing into it. Nothing was ever done, now it's grown back.
That was over 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, but now the court itself, I guess the platform it's on, cause it's all broken up.
on the 2 small courts.
You know, the one at the golf course, cause now it has to
At
be
the golf
repaired.
course, behind the 2 tennis courts,
Yeah.
2 small courts that are perfect for pickleball.
Really?
Is that the one by the golf carts?
Well, you're, Francis, you're saying that there's stuff and then more behind it.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never known
Okay.
that. I didn't know that.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
we went back there and cleaned those 2 small ones.
Okay.
So that we could
I
have
guess I need to
pickleball.
look. Maybe I didn't know they were there.
Yeah, I'll go with you. if you
I've
want.
never seen them. I didn't know they were there.
Okay.
good idea.
Well,
Good
does
idea.
any of the other board have any other thought on that or? I just wanted to kind of put it out there.
I think all the ideas are great.
Yeah.
As far as the,
I mean, as far as the ballot, do you have
Right.
any more thought on that?
well, I think the most important opinion as far as whether it works in the ballot would be Sandy's, because she's just done this for so long.
Okay.
But I know the concerns I would have with the dispatch aren't that it wouldn't work, but
It doesn't
we get
reach.
complaints pretty regular from members that like, well, I didn't get this dispatch or whatever. Like they won't answer their emails, when we send them a request for anything else, right? So, and then of course it's up to the member to have an updated email and mailing address and all that submitted with the administration office, which is oftentimes not the case. So our thought in the beginning of this was, if we get it out on a ballot and it's somebody that cares enough to vote, which we know there's a lot of people that don't vote, right? That get their ballot and look at it and throw it in trash, whatever they do, but they care enough to vote that maybe they would fill the survey out as well, and maybe be able to reach more people than some of the other stuff would. But we don't know. I don't know that for a fact. We were just trying to figure out a way to reach more people.
And Buildium does have a voting survey simplistic system in there, and was going to be one of the ways I was going to encourage you guys to cough up your information is to send out some surveys. And maybe if you care about that, you'll give out your email and your phone number and sign up and look at your bill and vote and see postings for activities and other manner of things. So that's one of the ideas, to get more people email and phone numbers inside our systems.
I have talked to several members that have been members here for a long time, and maybe they don't get out of their house or whatever, but they were not aware that all they had to do was contact the office to be on the dispatch list. They didn't know that.
You've been begging
And
people
so
to
that
come
might be
inside.
something that she could put in her information there.
Put it on the billboard out as you're coming in.
They don't go in and out.
Yeah, there's that too. Okay, well,
Security.
More thought.
we'll give it some more thought, and I'll talk to
Just let us
Sandy.
know what you
Yeah.
want to do.
Thank you,
That's an
Sandy.
idea.
Thank you, Sandy.
Print up the surveys and have security hand them to members as they come in. Would you please fill out this
You
survey?
get enough traffic through that gate, that's for
I
sure.
know people like paper, but it certainly takes a lot of staff time to stack up a bunch of papers, count them, put them in a spreadsheet, tally it, do some statistics. When all you have to do is go to the website and click yes or no. It's tied to your account. I mean, we've got to streamline our stuff. It's not like we have 10,000 people working in here that don't have anything to do. We've got to get modernized than papers.
Maybe we'll treat over.
No, I'm not so much tree hugger. I'm
He just wants everything
a
online.
efficiency and wasted cost and
But,
staff time.
but it is a way that we can communicate with our members.
Okay, next item, discussion on association road repairs. As we all know, I mean, to do all the roads is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, no, it's way more than that.
Yeah.
Millions and
It's
millions.
probably gonna be, yeah.
So there, some of the things that we're considering or can be considered are, section by section, as Charlene has brought up, and it may end up being something where we have to do,
I may have
whether
to
we can
vendor
do
it
a
out
special
section by
assessment
section,
or-
but a vendor is not gonna wanna do a section by section. They're gonna wanna do the whole thing because it's not gonna be worth their while to come down and do section by section. So I am working with somebody currently. We hit some humps. They are an asphalt person, so they're looking into working with their cousin's company and being on their insurance and using the company for them to work here and do that. So I'm just waiting for more information on that. But if it falls through, then I'm just going to have to reach out to different vendors and maybe I can hire an employee and put out an advertisement that we can put them on our payroll. And that's all they do is just asphalt section by section. To me, that would be the best way to do it. Yes,
Well, I agree with, we need to get the road fixed. But is that gonna help them go faster?
You're saying we need
Well,
more potholes.
Just send the grade, you won't be able to drive 10 without tearing up your car.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I agree with you on the speed, because I see it every day. I even have flagged people down because they're going really fast. So oh yes, I'm gonna be putting out speed bumps, so you guys are gonna love it. Yeah, yeah.
Let's just convert the
Well, some
airport
of
to a
us are gonna
racetrack.
love it, I
Yeah,
guess,
it's
you
gonna be
know.
awesome, because if you don't drive carefully, you're gonna be ruining some of your, what do you call it, your
Get some
suspension
Mexico,
on your
get some
car.
Mexico style ones that are like a triangle. Damn, you know, no, don't
No,
do
but
it.
I'm serious. Even just by the security, when I
Stop it,
come in the morning, I swear to God, they like are going 50, 60 miles an hour over the bridge. And I'm like, this is all I do is like, what are you doing? So yes, we are putting some speed bumps out there, and I'm just gonna put my name, Char, has put those out there.
We could just put Jason in the road and cover him up.
Stop signs, actually, SP.
That's in the budget. In the budget, I have put for us to get all new
Exactly.
traffic signs to be put out, because our traffic signs are old and have been worn out by the weather, and so that's gonna be something that's gonna be replaced.
How much are solar blinking lights? Apparently,
Yeah,
they can't see them.
Pretty
That is,
expensive.
I'm gonna be honest with you, just by talking with DPS and stuff, it doesn't stop people.
No.
They don't look at the blinking, so that's
They're
unnecessary.
not speeding by
cost relief.
accident.
They just need the speed
Oh,
bumps to stop
always.
them, and they need to be
It's always-
high enough to do
And
it.
nobody uses a stop sign, so do
No.
they get their DL online?
Maybe.
I mean, it is private property and the streets are owned by MUD, and do we even
Oh.
able have the ability to force a stop sign, California stop up in here? I don't think we do.
That's what I was gonna ask, because we are getting taxed through MUD for the bond from 2010. So we're already being taxed for. That's where I'm confused. So MUD, like you said, MUD is supposed to own the roads because they're able to, I guess, get a bond. And then we're all taxed for road, but then there's that disclaimer where I guess the port is supposed to fix the potholes. I guess that's for the grade.
Well,
area.
we have we
Yeah.
have an it's very convoluted, but
Right.
we have an operations and maintenance agreement with MUD after conveying the roads, that the agreement stops in 2030. So whatever.
That's what I was gonna say is, and they say it could come sooner or later. So who's checking to make sure? Maybe our bond's already paid for.
No, 2030.
It's not
2030.
2030.
You know what? I know that has like a date, but I think it's like a percentage. And I don't know if like when they got that extra money for when we were in a drought or whatever. That's where it's confusing because
I mean, I read it recently, and we gave the roads to MUD to save taxes, and then we also have an agreement to maintain said roads. And at the end of 2030, when the bond's paid, they can give it back to us. But do we want it back? I mean, it's like 70 grand of taxes. They're actually
Well-
taking a hit by not getting any
Yeah.
tax income. If we owned them, MUD would be getting some money from that, and the county and the school district, everybody else will, but they're not, which is good for us.
Getting money. They're getting it. They raised it. They're getting taxing money.
Yeah, but not,
There's that
not on the
extra-
road, not on the $4 million of roads that we put on their balance sheet, which they don't have to pay taxes on because they're a government entity.
Right.
Well,
Well, and it
but the
isn't-
flip side.
But what I'm saying is we're paying the property tax for this road, but then if we have to also.
No, there is
we're
no
gonna
prop,
put
there
more
is
money
no
out.
property tax on the road because it's owned by a government entity.
Yeah.
But once that bond is paid for, our taxes aren't gonna be that high. So what I'm saying is we're getting taxed until that bond's paid for, and then now you're gonna wanna take money out of general. So right now we're gonna be getting double taxed until that bond is taken care of.
Welcome to the fort. We're being double taxed every day.
I know.
At the end of the day, about the same time that the bond happened, 23.18 was passed. It would be just my own personal opinion that we take the roads back because we wouldn't be taxed for them because we 100% qualify for 23.18.
Well, yeah.
I've now spoken to 3 lawyers that all agree on that, and we wouldn't be taxed for the roads because it's all part of the amenities and everything within the association. So that would just now it's going to take a lawsuit to make that happen.
But
But
it
at the end
does-
of the day, we wouldn't be being.
It
taxed
does
for
say we could get the road back. I don't say they have to give us the road
Right.
backs, but after the bond is done, we
Right.
could take them off their sheet. and put them on ours.
Well, and to be clear, it wasn't, because I've heard the derogatory, we were too cheap to pay the taxes on the roads. To be clear, we could not float a bond to have the roads paved, which is why MUD
Mud.
took the roads. Not just to save us on
I would
taxes.
rather we have it, because instead of it going to your assessed value of your house, then you could put it to every membership, like your FRMs and all that, because a lot of times it's
Oh, I see what you're
school
saying.
buses,
I see what you're
the
saying, yeah.
class
Yeah.
A's that are
Makes
carrying
sense.
up our roads instead of it being attached to our homesteads.
Mm.
So I would prefer if we had it, and that way we can share it with every member equally instead of it just being on whoever has more expensive house.
Property value.
Yeah.
I got you.
So I would. But
That's a, yeah.
Yeah, that's
We'll keep that in our,
Ladies and gentlemen, MUD meets on October the 16th at 9 o'clock at their office. I encourage you all to go to their meetings and ask pertinent questions.
Do you know why the bond was issued?
enlighten us.
To repair the road. We only picked a certain amount of roads that they repaved. Not the whole floor,
Yeah.
which they could have done.
I have the map, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there was only certain roads that were on, that the bond was issued for. And, I think that they kind of underestimated. That's why only a small amount of roads were done. I think what, Fort Park Road, Gales Road.
Airway Circle,
yeah.
Yeah,
airport.
and
Well,
Crockett was supposed to be done, but they didn't have enough money to do Crockett Road. I mean, that, it was like.
yeah. Well, and- yeah.
John, you know what I'm saying? That.
But at this point now, it's just a
bond
matter
was
of,
to pay for the paving of dirt road.
Well, but
Yeah.
you bring up, you know what, what you're saying though is a good point. Just kind of steer back on topic. Like all the bond stuff doesn't
Thank you.
necessarily matter. But what does matter is kind of what you're saying. Like there was a bond amount. I don't know what that amount was.
20 million.
Was it 20 million? Okay. There was this $20 million amount and then it didn't do all the roads. Okay. That was what,
2010.
13 years ago, whatever, 14 years ago. I mean, that 20 million is 10 million now. So to go back and do the repairs necessary on everything that didn't get paved, it's a substantial amount of money. It's a lot of money.
No, I understand that, but
So-
the point being that was the reason for the bond, was to pave the road.
Yeah.
That's why it was put on the water thing.
Well,
okay.
I'd have to look at the map,
Yeah.
but we've kind of started to begin to discuss, like coming up with a plan. I believe Charlene and I kind of discussed like, well, let's do unit 1 first and then see where that gets us. And then kind of what we had discussed was getting a contractor in here that would create a phase. And he'd say, this is phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and give us a bid for the whole thing. And then it's going to be, when you do a capital improvement project like this, there's going to be a mobilization, demobilization, administrative cost section. So it's going to be like, if we had the money for phase 1 and 2, you pay 1 mobilization, 1 demobilization. But if you end up, you can only afford 1 phase and there's 14 of them, then you're going to pay for the mob and demo of that section. And then at least just get us some information to be able to start spinning the wheels of money and being able to say, well, we can afford this or we can't or whatever. But we have to start addressing it.
Yeah. And we want to make sure that the membership also knows that we're not just ignoring the roads, that we are looking at what we can do and can't do, and to see where, if we can come up with a better idea. So, does anybody else have anything they want to add on that?
I'm sorry, El Paso Street in town, being repaid. Reworked.
The city got a grant for that road.
Right, so
Yeah.
who's doing the work?
The city did not get grant, the county.
The county's doing, yeah, but who's doing the work for the house?
Who's the contractor?
I don't know.
They
Don't know.
put out bid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have, if the guy's here anyway, maybe you need something to talk to you about.
Certainly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, we had a request to put a discussion on taps and the bugle call on the agenda.
I will say with the amount of work that needs to be done on the fort, and as much as we've loaded on Miss Charlena's uh, lap, table, head, I think it's a great idea, but I think if something like that's going to be done, it needs to be done driven by volunteers. It is not something that the admin can take on at this point.
But I think it's a fantastic idea. I lived on a military base for 5.5 years. And every morning the bugle call was on there, and every night taps was on there. And every night it would bring tears to my eyes. So when Annabelle and Travis brought that up, I truly, and Bill Hahn, I truly believe it is a really good thing to do and bring back to the fort. So if we could get a committee to go get together, I can be part of the committee on the side.
I'll bring the information.
Don't overcommit yourself.
I don't bring the information to you.
But
Yeah, if somebody wants to come up with a plan and how it can be implemented and what needs to be done, and
Cost.
get the buy off from the
yeah,
I mean, I think it's pretty great. I mean, not
Then
just for the members.
go
but
ahead.
yeah.
People
Yeah.
staying in the motel, it's part of the experience.
Yeah.
Oh, I went to the fort and they had military calls and the pool was great. And I'm going to tell my aunts we're going to have a family reunion and rent all your stuff and spend some money.
I think it's a
You
good
know,
idea
and that's
too.
the idea.
I think Jason should probably head that committee.
Ooh. Oh,
All of those that say aye?
What happened?
You have another bugle committee.
Oh, man. All right. I guess so.
I think
I
the only
voted
problem
on
I
it.
had with it, if I remember correctly, the email said like it taps is at 9 o'clock or something like that.
You can make tabs whatever you want
Okay,
to.
good,
If you look
because
at the
I'm in bed by
rules,
8:30, so this
It-
9 o'clock
it's-
deal.
Obviously, it's got to be adjusted to
Yeah, the
resident
bases I was on, they got
preferences in
tapped
some
at 5
way.
o'clock when they pulled down the
Yeah,
flags.
you can adjust it to whatever the members want, because I did get some feedback that, oh, I don't want to hear it at 10 o'clock at night, because we actually heard it at 10 o'clock at night. But you can make it whatever you decide to make it. I've already read up on it.
It's a great idea. It's just it's not the top 10 priority things that we need to take care of at this
At
time.
this time.
I also think it would be cool
Gee,
for like
Mama.
festivals and Fort Clark
God.
Days, if we had some speakers by Colony Row and some up by the front part of Fort Clark Days, that people would say, hey, we've got a drink special at Dickman. Hey, the people are about to do historic photos. Hey, the camel's ready, or whatever, like. I want to see Charlene come on there like Beto Riley every morning. Hey, here at the match 4077, we have for lunch in the commissary. It'd be cool.
All right.
But I think it's a fantastic idea, and I would love to see a committee get together and we bring that back to life.
Thank you.
Right.
Done at the big flagpole.
Hmm?
It was done at the big flagpole.
Yeah, the speakers are still there.
Yeah.
The amp box is not, but the speakers are there. I don't know if they're working. We haven't tried, but
That's where it's set up.
Okay. I'm gonna leave that lay there because we gotta move on. Community Council Memorandum of Understanding for Fort Clark Days. So I'm gonna read off what they've sent. The Fort Clark Springs Community Council respectively requests for Fort Clark Days 2025 the use of all historical buildings, including the museum, commissary, Seminole Hall, NCO Club, Shafter Hall, Butcher Block, and Adult Center. Use of McClernand Row for entertainment, use of the Red Garter Saloon and Butcher Block for liquor sales, use of all grounds north of the museum to 90 on both sides of Fort Clark Road, use of the parade grounds. We also request that Fort Clark Springs provide 7 motel rooms, 3 RV spaces for the use of our living historians. In addition, we request maintenance workers to deliver and pick up barricades, benches, tables, and to handle trash pickup. Respectively submitted, Stephanie Calderon.
Is it any different from last year?
I don't remember.
It's a little clearer than last.
It's a little clearer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one, and maybe this is just a personal preference. I don't believe we should have the teepees and the setup on the Rendezvous Park side. I think it, that's always been normally parking, and it should be.
Still parking. They're not
Still parking.
taking
Okay.
over here.
Only taking part of
And
the
that's
area.
where they want to be.
Well,
It's part of the.
I mean, I want a lot of things. I don't.
It worked out very well last year. I
Yes,
wasn't,
and they
it was,
plan on
That's not-
expanding this year.
That's a Fort Clark Days,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the decision.
request.
Yeah.
It's not part of the memorandum of understanding, is it?
No,
Well, if they're, I mean, it's part of as far as your, because they're using Rendezvous Park. Right? That's part of your.
for parking and. Because that's.
I'm just stating my. I'm
That's where they
just one-
prefer to be, right, Miss
Yes.
Francis? That's where that's what they prefer to have.
Yes, we tried to
Okay.
keep them up where we were, but. That's not what they.
Okay.
And they did a lot of work to get that. It's not much stuff. They brought in caliche and fixed underneath the bridge so that people could get from one area to the other, because it's gotten really, I almost tipped my golf cart over going under.
Okay.
That's the fun part of the
Yeah.
ride.
Right. They fixed all of that, and when they left, you couldn't tell they did.
Okay.
So.
It's probably just because I don't like to do all that walking till I get my knee replaced.
Use a golf cart.
Use my golf cart.
We are gonna have golf cart taxis.
There you go. All right. So, do we have an issue with any of this?
I make a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding as it sits right now.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Unanimous. Okay, the one we've all been waiting for. Actually, I'm gonna pull, if you guys don't mind, I want to move something also. I'm gonna move the discussion adoption of the annual budget. Now, we can either take a 5-minute break, so some of us need to use the restroom, or I can use the restroom and y'all can start talking.
Let's take a break.
All right.
5
We
minutes.
got a 5-minute recess.
I have to go get my shawl. I'm freezing. Why are you?
You can hang
Yeah, that's right. I have to, yeah.
We're not married to typing up another letter. Get some cash. Majority. Presentation. And I'm paying attention to a lot of that's why I wanted to get down to class. You feel like you're falling. She said what
That's why I commented the
Yeah.
way I did, because I felt like maybe some of that stuff was clear.
In there. I am gonna make a statement before we start the budget.
You already went to that?
I know. I cut people off.
Relax.
I didn't want you to hear my structure.
You obviously don't know the conversations I have, Memo.
All right, here's a piece of paper.
That's how yours used to down. You were married to Marines.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, because when you're.
Hey, you know,
And they're getting to know.
Julie and
Right.
no. So Julie's
Oh, yeah, the guy that you've been dealing with the air conditioning. That's what does.
they got divorced.
Is that why?
Yeah, that's why he lives over there.
The one of Jason Shipley.
I put mine in.
Yeah, yeah.
He has some good places, but it's competition.
Quick and easy.
And my wife ran me out of the party. The first place I go.
He doesn't live on Chicken Base. No, he lives in his own. That has that RV under there.
Yeah, he's like.
That he's now disguised and he owes us $4,000.
Yeah. I wonder where she ran him off.
You got 1 minute.
I don't know what I want. I'm thinking, I don't know what I want.
You're the same stuff every time. Something smothered with onion.
I know that's why when people go,
A
you ordered the same
sandwich.
thing. It's like, yeah, I don't think about it.
Yeah.
Is that a chicken fried steak sandwich or
Yeah.
just chicken fried
Just
steak?
chicken fried steak.
Chicken fried.
And I am going to.
Sharon, are you leaving?
Probably the
Are you leaving?
I went to Julie's once and I had bone fried rice.
I'm gonna start bringing my own cushion.
See?
Well, you know, last week was
Don't do
short. We
that.
were done by 10.
I know.
You didn't know
But-
that.
That's what you order every time.
No, but it's pepper steak.
Then I need
You on
to change.
Saturday.
Yeah, but I never.
Pepper steak. French. Do you order? Yeah.
I need to go home.
I gotcha.
Remember the chicken
I have a dog. Maybe.
Hey, what's
If
that?
I ever get out of here.
Yeah,
What's that?
it's gonna be a while.
Jan met me. Isn't she the one that had the wreck?
So.
I thought Jan was involved in a wreck.
I don't know. I'm not on Facebook anymore. I don't know anything.
Oh, that's right. No, you are.
Oh, yeah, I am. In spirit. Somebody else's spirit. I'm possessed.
Big John. Hey, Tony.
Oh, I'm sure.
I thought he met.
You know, she doesn't have a leg.
Holy cow. Hey, that's fine.
She's probably trying to push it away. I got home and I said,
Can you show me?
I'm not planning next year. You plan.
How convenient. The person that I was on his side, and he didn't look like the enemy. So, and then he treated him like the enemy, so that's.
Yeah.
I was trying to treated me like Randy like the enemy, and that's why he never did anything.
We were, you and I, we talked to Randy Friends, we talked about church community. I know. And I'm personally, we stood up for what we knew we owed. You know, where they're trying to get them to pay for it, and yet what he does.
Right.
I said, all right.
I had to go down after our other meeting, because, you know, I had that leak.
Oh, yeah, get that.
Yeah, so I went down to see him. Oh, everybody did, she did pretty well.
That's an actual report. That has nothing to do with it.
So she called him up. She said, hey, it's failing. She hangs up the phone, she looks, apparently I'm making her order now. She was not happy, not with me, but with him. So that was very nice. And then, she said, yeah, because if it's on my side and
what's going on. The bill to me is gonna be huge. I need to know. Just tell her dad that's it. So it's on his side. Well, Judy,
Go get another friend.
still want a salad.
I ordered lunch. I paid for lunch on I mean. She wanted to eat. She forgot to bring her lunch and I had an extra lunch.
Okay.
She's on a diet.
Huh? Okay.
On a diet.
The diet? How much do you want? Oh, I'm on a diet, yes. Oh, just saying. I kind of want Oh, where?
Salad, go to the salad center.
Yeah, the salad section. She's not. What? What am I not? Oh, I'm not.
I will say, anyway,
You have my card, right?
I gotta go back to recycle.
Thank you so much.
Treasurer's onion rings. French fries are onion rings, John.
Oh, yeah. Well, John, I'm sorry for that little asshole pulled that stuff on you. He pulled it on me too.
And I'm working this summer about every Saturday. And I do.
Oh, and Jason. I completely forgot about Jason. Jason usually does the daddy burgers.
The problem is, I'm saying things that look in recorded or whatever, but the mud board doesn't, Randy runs the mud board.
You want a cheeseburger with bacon, extra crispy? Burger?
Right, and I can't eat it. Felix needs to go with their nuts.
You know what? I'll take a hamburger patty with
Shame on him.
just a ketchup put on a with bacon and cheese and I mean no just a hamburger with cheeseburger with no okay. That's
Daddy burger with bacon, cheese, jalapeno.
bacon, cheese, onion rings. Orders.
I'll take a 6-pack of Voodoo Ranger for stripes.
I could do that maybe after the meeting. During the meeting. I tried to make it. I had all of them already.
I just read that thing. Look at the picture.
The only one that changed his order was John. Yep. Chicken fried steak. I don't know if you French fries or
You get a whole lot of support. Get a whole lot of support.
I think they was 50 grand to buy a brand new truck.
We can all kind of
But I'm sorry that you went through that.
settle back
No,
here.
no, SOB could do it. I'm gonna tell them. There's nothing wrong with what you're discussing. I'm telling Randy. That's for the gentleman.
I'm just saying.
John.
I saw the truck's parked.
Julie Jones purposely
Water
wrote me.
until I
John,
started
I'm a mud board member. I did not put up
trim the
that
trees
shit.
around the house.
Do I need to be louder?
I gotta go to recycle. Not the handoff at the works.
Yeah,
You'll see, you'll see.
Enjoy.
it will do something for us. Everybody agrees? Lisa, what do you think? Everybody agrees? Oh, I
Over
The
there.
point is that they can bring it bigger and spread around. That's
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I feel like
Yeah,
we're
they
not.
should.
We don't.
Houston,
I'll get on that side.
electric company got big trouble about that.
Anyway, so, those are just.
But that's just the documentation
Oh,
of how we calculated it.
That's gonna be a special event.
Yeah, no, that's the actual, yes,
Yeah.
okay. Okay,
It's
so,
spookier that way.
There
I
you
don't know
go.
what time it is.
Natural
We're
fireworks.
back to order at 11:26.
26.
All right, before, like I said, we're gonna move the budget up. Before that, I'd like to say something. And I wrote it down because I say it better if I do that.
Put your speaker.
Oh, do I want my speaker? Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? I just want y'all to know that I care deeply about this community and I'm truly grateful to be a part of it. It saddens me to see concerns and criticisms aired on social media rather than first reaching out to our office or general manager or the board of directors directly.
When social media posts are made without all the information, they often lead to misunderstanding and accusations that hurt our community. We have seen this happen time and time again, and you only need to review previous meeting footages to see just how many times we've had to address the spread of rumors and misinformation. Although I don't like that word, misinformation. It's the only one I can think of. I believe these issues are being driven by a small number of people and are a cause of a disproportionate amount of drama. So, as we have done in the past, we will publicly address the recent discussions on Facebook lot owners page. As many of you know, that page is not an official Fort Clark Springs communication channel, and the FCSA board does not respond on that platform. While individual board members may choose to engage there, they do so in a personal capacity, not as representatives of the Fort Clark Springs Board of Directors. Unfortunately, there was a misrepresentation of our budget discussion by Jason, who chose to share incomplete and misleading information on Facebook. To clarify for everyone, the rules are that the adoption of our budget must be done in open session as required by Section 209 of the Texas Property Code, as well as our declaration of bylaws. There has been some concern about transparency and accusations of wrongdoing, which we firmly believe are unfounded. This board is dedicated to doing what is best for the association. We have always strived to be communicative and transparent. So in the spirit of communication, let me dig into the details with you all today. The rules state that the adoption of our budget must be done in open session, not the discussion leading up to draft budget. Since a significant portion of our budget, I need water, sorry. That. Now I found a place. Since a significant portion of our budget is allocated to payroll, discussing salaries and employee allocations must be part of our overall conversation in drafting a budget. Per Section 209, personnel matters, including salaries, cannot be discussed in an open workshop. FCSA has salaries and personnel tied to every department outlined within the budget. We also need to be able to discuss salaries and personnel as they are tied to other line items within the budget. I will give you a hypothetical example to illustrate. Let's say it's proposed by a department head to purchase a piece of equipment that will create efficiencies for personnel. We need to be able to discuss and weigh that decision by understanding the cost of the equipment as compared to the savings and salaries, as compared to the ability to reallocate personnel to other projects and so on, so that the GM and the board can draft a budget in the best interest of the association. Additionally, this year's budget is essentially being created from scratch due to changes in our general ledger codes, a shift from accrual to cash basis accounting, and the introduction of a new GM, all of which are good things. As you may recall from prior meetings, thanks to the huge efforts of our employees, volunteers, and through our partnership with our new accounting firm, Triumvir, we have successfully cleaned up FCSA's accounting, which is now leading to better data that we can begin to make better decisions from. All of these factors necessitate a detailed examination of our employees' salaries and positions to enable the GM to allocate resources effectively and consider any additional positions. To exclude these discussions from the draft budget would not be in the best interest of the association. Again, I will restate the rules. The adoption of our budget must be done in open session as required by 209 of the property code, as well as our documents. Today, as you can see from the agenda, we will be discussing and answering questions regarding the draft budget. We have made the draft budget available to the front office. Our GM made an announcement regarding the availability of the draft budget to the official Fort Clark Springs Facebook page and dispatch. Unfortunately, due to the file size, we were not able to attach a digital copy. You can also find copies in the back. I'm sure most all of you have them. If the membership still has questions or concerns after our budget discussion today, we can schedule a special meeting before the end of the month to address them and then vote on the budget, because our budget needs to be voted on before October 1st. Finally, I want to reiterate that this board is made up of volunteers who are dedicated to doing what is best for the association. We strive to be transparent and open, welcoming questions and feedback. We have always tried to acknowledge our mistakes and work to make them right. It pains me that there are still members of this community who doubt our commitment. I do want to thank all of you that have been understanding and supportive of this board.
We all have differing opinions at times, and that's okay. We just need to remember the board, the GM, and all the membership all want the same thing. A thriving, healthy community that works together and supports each other, whatever the situation. So. And now that, just to make an announcement, I am not on Facebook. My account has been taken over by somebody from Vietnam.
Bitcoin.
I don't have a tumor on my spine. I am not selling Dallas Cowboy tickets or Swiftie tickets. But I say all that to say, yeah, please just block me. But I am much happier not being on Facebook.
Please block me.
Although I still get screenshots of everything that goes on, and it's like, oh. So I just encourage everybody, and everybody out there listening, ask first. Don't jump on the bandwagon. Don't make assumptions. We seem to want to attribute malice or incompetence to everything, and sometimes we just make mistakes, or we just difference in opinion. So now we can discuss the budget.
We haven't talked.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Are we talking about the CPI? Are we on the
So,
No,
CPI?
we moved.
I don't know how, I missed the treasurer report. I think, do we still have the money market account?
No.
Did we vote to get rid of it?
We don't need it. We have another.
Yes, we did.
Most of our.
Okay, if you could let me know when you have voted to just do that, because when I was a board member and Dustin, it was dormant and it had like $8,596, and we voted that once a month, $100 was to go in there. Which means if it would have.
It never happened.
Well, that's why I'm saying, that's why I won't ever be on the board, or that's why I don't come to the meetings very often, because it's just like a dog and pony. And if we don't do what we vote on, it's frustrating. So we should have 13,393.61, which after people are talking about like the pickleball or whatever, you know what I mean? Then we would have had some extra money. That's just not, this doesn't go away with that.
Tell me what that was again. I missed what you're saying.
So on September 20th, 2020, money market account changed. This account is dormant and it has $8,593.61. The director just discussed to leave the money market account and reactivate it, and then to a Texas Community Bank account. Directors, Vice President Dustin, motion to maintain and react and put with $100 a month. I second it, and then there was one director that was absent, so it was unanimous. So I'm just kind of wondering when
was the purpose of that account?
Well, again, like I said, since we don't know where pickleball can come, if we would have almost $14,000.
So that account was getting like 1.2% weak interest. Now we're getting 5%, and we got $2,000 of interest revenue last month alone. And that thing was just sitting there with 10 grand. So that got put in our other account that's getting us 5%.
I just need to know the minutes when y'all voted to do that.
What do we need to vote to close one bank account?
When you have a protocol, when you have a board voting to put this of the law, if you're going to take it away, you would bring it back.
In our defense, I wouldn't necessarily argue the premise of your point, because you have a good point. But in our defense, how would we have ever even known that?
Well, that's where you have a book of minutes, and that's why it's very important.
I'm not reading a book of minutes.
No.
Oh, that's exactly right. That's why you kind of have someone that you can trust, like a compliance person. But that's, again, you guys are going to be gone in 10 years too, but you're going to hope that the changes that you've made and that you voted on.
Well, what we're committed
go forward.
and this is a common problem. Like we've all had, like this is a huge problem.
Right,
It needs to continuously be talked about. But we are committed to creating a turnover process to try to pass a lot more of the knowledge down. Like what you're saying, I genuinely believe that at least the bulk of your decisions, it's that stuff that could be easily missed needs to be in the onboarding process and needs to be divulged in the offboarding process to be able to have all that information transferred to the next board member so that it does keep going.
And memo, like I said, whenever they took money out for the motel for new mattresses, it was Hope. He made a motion that 10% of the revenue from the motel goes back into the impound after it got paid. It was like a loan. Never happened. Right. And that's what I'm saying. When we have motion and actions, and that's why I don't really want to spend my Saturday doing this. And but I think the intention is great, but we do need to make sure that we go back, because the minutes are there. They're there, and it's on there. So the next thing, because it was only 15 months ago, because I'm not seeing, I mean, it's a lot on this budget. The ERC COVID money, is that in here?
Yeah, it's in the bank accounts.
So did we do a separate budget on there? Like, I mean, like how much do we still have? Because that was like 697,
Still have it.
698,000
We still have it.
on there.
That's just an operational expense budget. That has nothing to do with our income that's coming from interest or anything. That's a whole different area.
Right. But I'm just saying because I'm glad that you did move the budget before the CPI kind of thing, because it makes sense for us as members. Because so what's frustrating is like I feel like the members should be treated a little bit more like first class, and I feel like we're kind of we're treated a little bit more like luggage.
Really?
Why?
And the reason why I say that, the reason why I say this is because right now, do the employees know who's a member and who's not a member? Like if you go to the golf course, do they know, like if I were to come from Del Rio and I said I'm a member, do they have a way of knowing?
Yes, they do.
They do? Because I know that we still have the icon for the Sunbelt system, because that's how Gabby will give you the on there. Because if they don't have it where someone's delinquent or not delinquent, I just think that there's so much more that the commercial entity can bring in. It should be double. So say, like you go to the pro shop and the beer is $2 and the chips are $1.50. If I'm a member in good standing, then that's what you get. But if you're a customer, it should be double. It should be $3 for the bag of chips and it should be $4 for the beer.
No, those are cost of goods. It should be the same for anybody.
No,
Doesn't mean that-
because we can sell 2,000 memberships. And so everybody in Bracketville should want a membership. There's no reason, because if not, we get the burden of all of this.
I'm not speaking to your whole point, but that's the only idea I've ever heard to motivate anyone to buy an FR.
Exactly. But right now, there's no reason to buy one.
There is not.
But there is. You
but there
can't say
should
there
be.
is no reason.
Minimal.
Because whenever y'all first did this, when I first talked about raising the rates a couple of months ago, and if y'all could, after I'll send a dispatch and I'll send this out, because I had to go back and watch the video. And I really didn't want to do that. If y'all could just kind of maybe send a dispatch of a recap, because we don't see what happens or anything until the minutes get approved the next month. So it would be kind to the membership to kind of see what we did.
We're streaming right now,
I
Rihanna.
know, but then you also put it on in the budget item. You put it in as a discussion and an action item. It may have just gone to discussion, but if it's in that action point, then it needs to be moved to old business and it needs to stay there because it just disappeared from there. And so now it's back, and that's why I'm here on here
Are
because
you talking about the CPI?
yes,
It was just a discussion at that point.
but it was under discussion / action. So you might just want to have another thing where if you're going to just discuss it, then you can disappear. But if it's in an place where you can actually make action, then it needs to be moved to old business. I think. Where's Travis? Is that correct? It doesn't have to. Can it just disappear if it's?
Well, I think if it was discussion and action,
Yes. Well, slash.
that's different, but the slash does not mean and.
Well, it just kind of disappeared, and now we're kind of now bringing it back. And if someone missed an agenda, if they know it's not coming, I'm just saying that we're not like other HOAs. Like right now, we're paying more than our property taxes are. And I also do Blanco County, and I go Rock and J. They pay $360 a year. Now their property taxes are higher; they have a higher transfer fee and that. But we are really over assessing.
Rock and J does not have what we have.
Well, but
They have a Valor Creek
yeah.
that you pay a lot of money to play golf at.
No, but your members they get 3 months for free, like maybe on a Tuesday, but you get to kind of go. They have their showers and their stuff. But that's what I'm trying to say is they don't have a motel. And I don't understand when you were reading about the salaries.
How many fees does Rock and J have?
That's what I'm trying to say is how we're set up is we have Lots Moors and Port Clark Singers Association. Right now, I feel like the association, the membership, I feel like we're robbing the membership to cover the deficits from the business. When we have 2,000 FRMs, people like say at the RV park, let's say this, say it's $500 a month, but if you're a member, it's only $250, half. So everybody there is going to want to be current. And then if you're not paying your assessments, I'm going to let you in the pool. But instead of you being able to go in free because it's a member only thing, you're now going to have to pay the public. The gym, nobody should be in that gym except for a member. You shouldn't be accepting $10 or whatever. You should have an FRM. And that's what makes it where you're going to sell it. And once our FRMs start going, like I said, we have the potential of making $98,000 a month on FRMs.
And I don't disagree that we need to look at
at all of those, and that there should be a bigger gap between, like, the member rate
I mean,
and,
there is.
no, a bigger gap on
Say
some.
like a motel, say like a motel, like say that, like all my kids decided to come in. I was like, you know what, guys, y'all take over the house. Rihanna is, as a member, I'm gonna go get a hotel room. Say it's $80 a month for the public. For me, it's gonna be $40, but I have to stay there. So you still have your member guest rate or whatever, but half. And then that, like I said, when you go to the bar, and if a member decides to buy a round or whatever, if they're as long as they're in good standing, and you can bring that icon back to a tablet to the fort. Because right now, on that thing, the reason why that's not done was because accounting has not finished that. And when I listened to the meeting on the last one, you said our two biggest problems about, you said the employees didn't get a raise in 3 years and insurance. Well, we gotta think about risk, and our biggest risk are our trails and our pool, and that's a member only facility. I'm so thankful that it was up there, but you got to understand when you rent a venue here and it say there's alcohol, you got to pay for a security guard. So the first time that the pool was open, and awesome. There was like a family reunion, but after 5 o'clock, when they're done and they've been drinking all day, or whatever, guess where they all came? To our biggest risk. They were in the spring, they were in the spillway. So we have to think of risk, because that's going to make our insurance go up if we get a lawsuit. It's harder to sue yourself if you belong. Nobody wants our trails or the pool go away, but if you're here just for a weekend and you twist your ankle or something, or your kid drowns or something, you're a lot more inclined to sue.
Well, our last lawsuit was from a member.
Well, and that's another thing. I see when you get a resale certificate, I don't know why.
Well, the last two lawsuits were from members.
But we're not putting it in our resale certificates. Why? Because it's supposed to, we still have the same one, and that was when we sued the appraisal district for taking away our qualification, and a judge still has to sign on it. So whenever someone buys property, I don't understand why our pending lawsuits, just the case numbers, are not put on our resale certificates. Because when you buy here, you
and
have
you're
that.
jumping topics big time.
What I'm just trying to say is that I think that the commercial needs to start carrying their weight, and I feel like.
I couldn't agree more. And the budget did go up, but it went back down.
Yeah,
We've agreed to raise the marketing budget. We think that's very important to get more people in here. I disagree with the half, and I'll tell you why. What is the hotel rate right now, Charlena?
It's
For
70
outsider.
Oh, it's
Just give me
75 and 80.
It's 75 and 80, and then what's the
believe
member
so.
rate? 40 something?
No.
No, it's about 60,
60?
65.
And that's what I'm saying.
60?
Half.
I
65.
believe, I think it's 65.
Because if you're getting a guaranteed $49 a month and they stay current, and you start bringing in that revenue, then we can start allocating. And then when we go to CPI, kind of like how how $4 gets sent to the impound and $1 goes to preservation. If you're going to sell CPI, you also need to tell the people, you need to tell the membership, okay, we're going to raise this $1 or whatever, but this dollar is going to be allocated for something, because it's really hard to sell property here because we don't know if it's going. Because like I said, the tennis courts, it doesn't look like we're getting, it looks like we're not investing. It
Let
looks
me
like we're
just break
gambling.
this down for you really simply, because I've spent a lot of time looking at the budget prior to Charlena getting here when we were having to manage everything. We have no money. We have no money.
I know, but we have potential to make money.
You're right, but until I don't necessarily disagree with the premise that the ability for us to sell memberships is a good way to generate money. Until all of those building blocks are in place and that engine actually gets going, we're not going to have any money. And it's not just going to be based off the membership; it's going to be based off the motel and the RV park, which did really bad last year, and the golf course, and more members moving in and buying property and stuff like that. But the idea that somehow that we're just going to create money out of nowhere in our budget that we currently have, yeah, that doesn't exist.
But again, like I said, if a bag of chips, well, you can buy them cheaper at the pro
Well, that
shop.
just drives our budget down.
No, when
Here's
for
what
a
I'll
member,
tell
but
you.
a non-member, you double it, so it's $3. And then we're like, what? That's crazy. How
But
can
we don't have enough non-members.
Well,
you will have more? Yes, you don't even know how many because they don't know.
But we don't have enough. I can tell you right now, we don't have enough.
So when you go for golf, it's if you are a member, it's like for a round, it's like $23. if you're a public, it's supposed to be 49. But if they don't know, if it's going based off of like, yeah, I'm a member and you can't verify that,
No, they check.
then we're losing half.
Well, the
We-
flip
we
side
can
of that is,
verify that in pro golf.
the flip side of that is though, is that you make people that go online and look and go, well, the fort's charging $50 for a round of golf. They may not come.
But then that's when you
But
advertise, become a
we-
member. If you're living in Eagle
I think
Pass,
what
the
this is a very, your idea is not bad by any means, but it's very complicated. It's not a simple flip of a switch. This is a very complicated thing that you're talking about.
I just think that we're taking the low lying fruit because of CPI. And again, we're already unit 3, 7, 15, and 14. You're already at $100. And like I said, with the condos, a 1 bedroom, they're paying $300 a month in assessment fees, and they're not even getting 50.
A lot of that's maintenance fees. It's just not the regular fee, but they get full maintenance. They get the whole thing out there for living in the
They're
condo.
paying $300, $200 to the HOA, but what I'm saying as an investor, you're not even getting $50,000 when you sell it. Our fees are too much.
Where's
No,
that
they're not.
$300 come
They're
from?
not.
$100 to the fort, $200 to the condo association.
Oh, okay. Which
And-
one's the condo? The only one by the
We
backside
have
of the
two.
first
We
one?
have
What about my
Calvary's
house?
here. I don't know what they're paying, what theirs are. And then we have
So
the
they have their own dues for that
the
building.
condo associations, yes, because,
That
yes.
doesn't go to us.
Well, that,
Yeah.
what do we have to do with
We
the
get
condo
100, we
association?
get 100. What I'm saying too, they're like unit 3 or whatever, you're already at $100 on there. And if you have to rent it out with the way the cost of living is, you're over assessing. We gotta be more.
Well, hold on,
creative.
time out though. You're comparing, so let me just, my calculator's going here.
Mhm.
What is the condo fee? Just the condo fee.
200.
And then what does that cover?
It covers the elevator. It covers the covered parking. it
Okay,
covers
so
the
just
garbage
let me back up now.
Roofing.
For $200, the condo company takes care of your condo, it takes care of whatever it takes care of, for
Outside.
$200. But for $100, you get access to 2,700 acres, trails, swimming pool, golf course. And you get a private community,
Yes.
security.
Okay, but you can't, but what I'm saying is.
And it's for $100.
633 square feet. So when you start having your AC breakdown and you start having to like reduce stuff, whatever, you're not getting more than $50,000 resale when you try to sell it.
That's not apples and apples for our budget purpose.
What I'm trying to say is that there's so much, y'all are just taking the easy way. And that's attacking the membership. Like where is the fruits of our labor? Where do we feel like we're getting something in return?
In what way have we attacked the membership? Please define an attack that this board has done against the membership.
It's not-
One time,
but-
one thing.
No, she's talking
Yes, I'm
about
saying our
raising the
amenities,
assessments
we don't-
by
it doesn't
$2.
look like our money is going towards our amenities.
There's one of these in the back. Pick it up
So-
and I'll show you everything that we're doing here at Fort Park Springs.
I can kind of put something out there. So, one, a lot of the venues weren't being rented. So there's no income coming in. Okay, that's a big deal. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, and
Okay.
and if you do
The only one that is
50-50.
being rented is the NCO club.
Okay.
And it was rented 26 times. Okay. I have now got renters for the commissary. It hadn't been done, and nobody can even remember here when the commissary was ever rented. So I just rent. What can you tell me when?
2013.
Okay, this is 2024.
I know. I mean,
Okay.
I get it.
So,
We're
The commissary is being rented. The arbor actually got rented for the first time in I don't know how long.
well, the
okay.
saber room used to get rented
When?
out too. 2012 before it was.
Okay,
before
that
it on
was
there.
10 years ago.
Well,
So
I get what you're saying.
but wait,
Okay.
I am renting these venues and we are putting money into it to bring in money.
Correct.
So the money that comes in on those venues that I'm renting, we're putting back into to fix them up. I already have plans for the NCO club
Perfect.
to fix up the whole kitchen.
So when you rent that, is it half for a member and is it double for if you're not a member?
It is, you know what?
Because that's the
Let
thing.
me
Because
go
we
get,
need to start bringing.
let
we
me
need
go
to-
get
we
something.
have- We can have more FRMs than we do have performing lots. We have 1,535 performing lots. We can have 2,000 FRMs.
So I think what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong,
How do we get
I think we agree with everything that you're saying.
I think, I mean, we
I-
just have to have a plan
No,
to.
But the principle, okay, principle. That I would argue that more has been done in the last year and a half to 2 years of all of us being here trying to move towards what you're describing than in a very long time. You know, Peterson had a $3,000 advertising budget We now have a $15,000 advertising budget. There's been focus on a communications director. That position's not existent, but it may be, it may move into the future. It may come back for the marketing aspect of things. Your concerns are our concerns. The only part that I separate with you is the cost of the membership, for the HOA for $100 a month. I don't agree with that because it costs you about $8 a week for your trash disposal. You know how much I pay a month at multiple properties that I own that are not here? I pay anywhere from $67 to $110 a month just for 2 trash cans.
I get what you're saying, but
So you can't tell me that you what you're doing is you're comparing Bracketville market, because those condos, if they were in San Antonio, would not cost $50,000. You're comparing a Bracketville market in a real estate perspective to something to say in Uvalde or Del Rio, not even Del Rio probably, but say San Antonio.
okay.
It's not the same.
But I agree with you, but you also have to remember how much garbage are we collecting from the pool that's it's non-members? How much from the motel, from all that, because that all goes in the landfill. And if we're not getting FRMs, that's going to why you're justified to raise our garbage pickup, but the cost needs to be spread out.
We agree on the FRMs.
Yeah,
We agree that we
yeah.
need to be selling FRMs.
Yes.
And we're working on it. We
and we're
discussed
working
it
on
the
it.
other night.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
working on moving that
Now,
forward.
I appreciate y'all
Now,
letting me
I
speak.
don't mind reducing our
I'm gonna take a
member.
picture and give this back to you.
Yeah, no, you can keep it.
No,
And I
it's
don't
fine.
mind us talking about and reducing the membership cost more for rental of our venues. I have no problem
Yeah,
with
or
that.
like I said, even at the bar or whatever, make it where you're still special. And
But
Some of that is a logistical nightmare to
Yeah.
have 2
but
different
like I said, we do
prices.
have that eye contact, and if for
And
some
to-
reason if
to
it says
keep
they're
that.
delinquent, because that system.
We have to be very careful about what we deny it for delinquent.
Well,
through
we're
2 hours.
not gonna deny them, they just may have to pay a little more.
Yeah.
Until they can prove it, like I said,
Well-
and if we have to refund you, we refund you if we made an error. But there's no sense, as a non-member, it's a $4 beer, as a member, it's $2. And that's how right there, you're gonna get a bunch more all year round, wanting to keep their FRM current.
Just to go.
I just,
Well,
I hear what you're saying.
on your percentages, like I'm considering joining the Flying Ale, which is in Bandera, where we live. It's
It's
whatever it is a year, but the membership package is only 10% reduction in anything that you use or buy. So
well,
it's not that
they
much.
have that huge RV park, which, I mean, the water park, but I think they closed that down.
They closed it.
That was separate. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you want to make your money makers make money. If we're set up Los Morris, if all of we're already set up that way. If we're Clark Springs Association, if you have the pool and everything under the association, and you have the bar and the RV and everything under Los Morris, then you could really see where we can kind of make some differences. Do we have too many employees in this section? Do we have that? I mean, if instead of just having an all-in-one lump sum, make sure, and that would.
Well, I can tell you that based off of, Jason would be more of an expert on this, and Lisa too, what you're describing and the organizational structure and the administrative time that it would take to get all that squared away, it wouldn't even have been possible until literally right now, because it just wasn't organized to that manner. But with QuickBooks and Buildium coming in and Trime Beer helping and all of these pieces of the puzzle coming together, it wouldn't even have been possible to manage, which is exactly why your $100 that didn't get allocated never happened, because it was never managed.
Well, mentioning the QuickBooks and stuff on there too. Well, I guess what's kind of frustrating is like, because when I listened to the meeting, Jason was talking about getting another. It's not going to touch the accounting, and that's where we're having the issue before to talking to the window-based system. So it was 10 grand on that. Is it going to cost
No.
membership anything to get out of the concierge? Plus, are we getting out of
No.
concierge?
No, we don't have.
We don't have to.
It didn't cost us
Well,
anything.
because
Let me clarify. We are getting out of the black system altogether with the data into a system that can be seen by the different departments in a safe manner, because the way the black system was working through security and everything else, it ended up being unsecured, which anybody could have gotten that data. In QuickBooks, we cannot limit the access enough for security to see who a member is and who isn't, and so on. But within Buildium,
I just know that every new board and every manager, they end up coming with this stuff. And so the Sunbelt system, maybe we do need more of a firewall, but it was almost done. And it would have been done Would that be a
That
challenge?
thing's like 1980s technology.
But
Wait,
it's like a
hold on.
a bank
Let
record.
me talk. That thing was years with an unencrypted, no password, where China and freaking Russia could have harvested every bit of your member information. That was negligence and that was ridiculous. And that's why security doesn't have that at the gate right now. That's why we're doing something different. Because
At the
people
gate,
here don't understand technology and they put the association at risk by using 1985 junk. Like, that's the facts, Jack.
Okay, so we came about in 1971.
Okay.
Okay, Windows came about in 1992.
Okay.
And so what this computer programmer did was he was making it, building a program based on.
I know all about it. I spoke to the developer. I spent hours. I grabbed 161 snapshots of every copy of the block system we have. And you know what it showed? That FRM's taking a massive nosedive for the last decade. So you're right. We go, the FRM numbers have been dwindling down.
Right, and so, but our rates keep going up and we have less than.
I mean, we're talking about the budget here. We can't stay here till 8 p.m.
I know,
Like, for real.
Okay.
You have a tendency to drag on, and we got to move on with
I'm
this.
sure
So,
people have.
All right.
thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Hey, let's just take it down a notch, okay? We don't need to be rude.
Yeah.
I think when Travis was on the board and like, you know, the previous board, they figured out what Fort Clark cost for the members who lived here. Okay? And, you know, in other words, the income from all the membership that came in was not enough to pay the expenses of the membership being here. They had to use the money from the golf course, hotels, etc.
Mhm.
Right?
Yes.
To make up the cost of operating the whole thing, which kept the cost of the memberships down. Right? Now, if you figure out how much it costs to run the membership part of Fort Clark, forget about the outdoor and all that. The money that we pay will not cover the expenses,
Correct.
right?
That's correct.
So that's where the CPI comes in, and that's why you have to consider that you
Cost of
have to
living.
use it. You're gonna have to raise the rates. I don't care what you do. My food bill's gone up, my
Everything has gone
electric
up
bill's
since
gone up,
COVID.
We all
my
know.
gas prices have gone up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Cost of living goes up
And
every
that,
year.
and
Every
you know,
year.
Fort Clark is a business who has expenses that keep going up.
Exactly.
How can you tell the membership, we're not gonna raise your rates?
Okay.
Are we discussing the
Let's-
budget
yeah,
now?
we're
Can we
discussing
get
the
to
budget
something
right now.
actually on the budget, like
Well,
a
here,
specific line
I got a
item,
budget.
any concern
I got a
of someone
budget
that's read it?
analogy. So our budget's roughly about $2.7 million. That's how much, we expect to bring in gross revenue. Our expected net at the end of the year is 0.06%.
Yeah, but
Okay.
if you have the membership. is
We're talking
basically
about the
paying-
budget. We're,
Well, I know, but it's got to do.
yes,
with the
but let's get back
CPI
to the budget and whoever has questions about that.
Or I'm sorry, 6%. Sorry.
Quick thing that John was talking about with getting up to speed when you come in, and what John brought up about I remember that meeting because I was here when Dustin, talked about all that, because he went through an analysis of the $100 and all that. What didn't happen after that, and this is obviously a choice of the board members at the time, but the way to put that into a way that's discernible by the next board members is to do a policy resolution that, when I was serving on the board with Memo and Lisa, we then made it a part of the executive admin's job description that within 5 days of anything that the board took action on, that would be filed with the county. And then you have a very short list of things that are ongoing that you would need to know about as a board member, rather than trying to go back and read all of the minutes.
Yeah.
And so just that's where you would find those things. And I think that with Buildium, you have the opportunity to put those things there where board members and membership can know
We do.
what they expect to see
Yeah.
Yes.
going forward. So
It's
that's-
just that knowledge just gets lost.
yeah, the knowledge
You know?
bank isn't there, and
Yeah.
that's what I think y'all are trying to create as
Yes.
a part of
Yeah.
building them, is that knowledge. But the piece that was missing, and so when we changed, because they went through several meeting discussion around moving from the money market to Fidelity, there was no need for a policy resolution at that point because there's no ongoing process
Right.
to do. Like, it's just the money is there. That's the account that's sitting there. The only way you would have known about that is if there was a policy resolution that was put in place, filed at the courthouse, and then becomes part of the operating documents of the
Sure.
association. So just that's how, when y'all do something that you want to pass on, consider a policy.
Well, that's what, yeah.
Yeah.
And an operating process.
And
which we
building,
haven't had.
Buildium
so.
has that opportunity in there to be able to do that. So it's gonna be awesome
Yeah,
once
it'll
we
go.
get it. Yeah.
I think so. So that's.
All right. So do we have questions on the budget?
Yes. Yes, Fran.
Thank you for being so patient, Francis. Thank you.
Answer this, but you have golf course income, but no golf course expenses.
So I will talk to that. Okay, so I did, when I was working on the budget, I detailed a lot out. But because when they went from the old system to the new system, they kind of consolidated a lot and just an amount because they had a timeline that they had to meet. And so with that said, I put a lot of the maintenance all together. And so I have detailed things out, but I'm not done detailing out. That will go continue throughout the year. So come 2025, Jen and I, well, before that, Jen and I are going to work together so they can have new GL codes for all the ones I detailed out and have not finished detailing out because I had a timeline for this budget. So, but it is in there. I just haven't detailed out the golf course because I do want that separate as
So
well.
what is it under?
It's all under maintenance.
And
All
the
under
other thing is
Yeah.
QuickBooks has what's called as classes.
Yeah.
So in order not to have a P&L that is 15,000 miles long, we also have maintenance broke out into classes that go underneath regular maintenance, golf. But to put that on here would have been 800 sheets to see the breakout of.
And
the classes.
once I have the detail out, I can always send that out later so everybody can see all the breakout 100%.
Well, I'm just curious, do you have a ballpark of what the golf course expenses are?
I'm gonna say that, so I'm gonna say on a monthly basis with gas and with mowing and with sprinkler heads, I'm gonna say if they keep up their sprinkler heads, we're not gonna have to buy new ones. We've already got the pump, we won't have to buy that. We've already refurbished almost all of the pro shop. It's gonna be regular maintenance. Might cost maybe 1,000 a month, maybe 1,500, but that's a lot. I don't think we will need to spend that. The only other thing is sharpening blades. That's
Yeah,
gonna
but
cost
I
some.
think that's something that really needs to be publicized because there's a big opinion, a widespread opinion here on the board
Right.
that we're subsidizing the golf course. And I
What
think
do they
that
mean?
needs to be.
Well,
Well,
between
it's
the
we are
labor,
not
that
profitable.
does make
Between the
any
labor
profit.
and everything.
If you
Oh.
expect them to take in $194,000, we're not spending that much on the golf course, are we?
No.
Yes.
Well, we did this year. This year
Yeah,
was
this year.
like,
Ah.
yes,
Yeah.
this year was a lot.
But we got some money though
Yes.
back.
Yes.
Yes, I'm
we
assuming.
But
can
you got to
definitely
look
break
at
it.
the electricity, the labor, the other water, all that goes into that. The golf course has not made money
And that's what I think we need to
in
do.
forever.
How much money is the golf course not making?
Well, and that
No,
hasn't,
absolutely
to be
right.
fair, before the QuickBooks, it was not able to be broke out, which is why Mr. Peterson's budget, and not picking on him at all, but that's why his budget never had it in there as well, because it wasn't able to be, broke out to that.
It did in the
degree.
class, not in the regular, but in the class.
Okay, so it was in,
Yeah, we
what's-
would have to do a completely different thing and annualize it probably because you couldn't do month by class. With, like I said, it would be
Most
ginormous.
golf courses by themselves do not make money. Even Trump's golf courses don't make money by themselves. I'm serious.
Trump
It's
Tower.
all,
doesn't
it's
make
the
money either.
townhouses and the restaurants and the bars and the amenities around it.
Yeah.
But the golf course themselves,
Yeah.
They
But-
always lose money. They have to be subsidized.
And we lose
But-
less
But
than we used to lose. so-
But this is why we redid the green room. So now we have a venue to rent out. And this is why David worked on the patio. Now we could have weddings out there. We could have bridal showers out there. We could have proms maybe out there. It is another, and we're going to do football out there. We also got $100 only, a blow up screen, so we could have the Super Bowl out there, not just golf. So Shar is thinking of other things to bring in money.
For sure. Yeah, fix the pickleball court.
But,
I agree with you on that.
but we can break it out by
Yes,
class.
we can, and that's my intention. That's my intention. Very good question, Francis.
But I do see a lot of golfers treating the golf course disrespectfully.
That's all over the
Oh,
problem.
God,
That's not just the golf
that's a
course.
societal, cultural
Yes.
problem.
But I get to watch it every day, and I'm so disappointed that people.
I'm disappointed in
that they
Unit
do
3.
that. They
On
just,
the golf course.
they don't care.
Yeah.
Don't people care anymore?
No, they do not.
They do not.
Well, a few of us do, but
A few of us do.
overall, no.
We're serving on the board.
And I'm getting tired of caring.
I'm right there with you, sister.
Oh, God.
But I'll shut it up.
I'm right here, Jason. We're
And
talking.
I do notice all of that as well.
So we've got a specific line item question, but this budget, will it be able to be placed into QuickBooks? Are we using that version of QuickBooks or we?
Yes, once this is all, it'll be placed in there, then it can be broken, the classifications, all of that can be broken out.
No, I understand the complexity of the classifications. If you get there, good on you for that. But the budget itself will be placed into QuickBooks so that when you report the P&L on a monthly basis, it'll show actual versus budget.
Yeah, it'll be
Yes.
in there as a budget, yes,
And
like the other ones,
And I
yeah.
can't wait to see it. Honestly, I would like to see that every month. Maybe the treasury report will be more than 2 sentences. I don't know. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe.
Without that.
it is correct, and I will
I'll
tell
get
you,
some
Travis,
these numbers,
from
crunch those
my
numbers for us.
experience
Why don't
from
you get
working
the-
with the military, when I made the budget for the military, and I did it for 13 years, I looked at it monthly. Okay, we're over here. Next month, we got to cut back. I'm very stoic, and this budget is, now they say it can be amended. I'm not amending it. This is my budget. I'm going to follow it. So if we're going over, we are cutting because I'm going to follow that budget. And each department based on that is going to get their budget and they're going to follow it as well because now we have numbers for them to look at.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you. And you want the amended budget, let them amend the budget if you need it.
I don't know.
You may want it. Let them do it. You don't have to change yours, but let them amend the budget.
Okay, all right.
Well, and given the steps through QuickBooks and the new QuickBooks and all the changes, it was very difficult for her to gather all the numbers. So there could be stuff that just,
Well, it ain't October 1st yet.
yeah, there could be stuff that got dropped, but she went through it with a fine tooth comb.
And Travis found a few things that I appreciated when he looked at it and emailed me, and I had made some corrections. There's still a couple other items though, so I did appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll get a completed budget in October and you'll vote on it then.
No,
No, it
we'll
has to-
need to vote on it before. So if there are too many concerns, we can have another meeting. My calendar's open. And answer more questions and have a bigger breakout if that is what is necessary. But we need to make that decision here.
Yeah, would that be just more breakout on the golf maintenance is what you need to see?
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
What?
I can get that
I
done,
was asking if this is final.
and then we can put it together.
So you're
Totally up
saying,
to you.
I think it's simple. If if Charlena feels comfortable about the budget, then, then we vote on it. You know, if there's not some glaring issue that a member sees and she feels comfortable, then it's not really ours to dabble with that much, you know what I mean?
I just want to make it clear that, we're not trying to fast track, we're not trying to hide the
Ramrod.
process or anything else. We want the membership to be able to see what we're doing.
I mean, I've sent a lot of the questions to Charlene and she's addressing them, but I think it would be a waste of time to go through those questions again. But I don't know, I mean, you talked with Jim some, do you think that this is something that you would pass now, or would you wait to do it before October first?
If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to Jen about a couple of things. And then we can do that, if that's okay.
That's gonna take us a calendar.
I mean, can we
Straight to the
still
calendar.
email vote to approve that?
Has to be done in open
Has to
session.
be done.
Oh, I mean, I'm comfortable because if you say that they can amend it, if there would be any amending, it would only be additional expenses, that's it. Otherwise, all the income is already correct.
I mean, I'm comfortable voting.
And
If we're
I
comfortable
can,
amending it.
I
as
will,
needed.
I will address something that you did ask about $1,000 monthly for delinquency. Based on what I told everybody earlier, that we have 300 something $1,000. I do expect to make way more than that monthly by collections. So I'm very confident on that number that I put in there.
Isn't that the number that's on the top where it's the?
It is, but still, if you only add $1,000 to that top,
No, but I'm saying, so $1,000 on 1,500 members is a collection rate of 9.8, excuse me, 98.7%.
yeah, but here's the deal. That's not the past members that owe.
No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. So that if you're saying $1,000 a month is going to be your delinquency, that means that 98.7% of the members every month are going to pay their due.
No, that's
We've ever had a collection.
I don't understand.
okay.
I'm
I
lost.
actually put that in as collecting.
But it's your.
I said delinquency. For me, that's
Hold on. I
collecting.
think here's where I'm lost. We're talking about capturing the delinquent money out of the 323. So your expectation is at the end of the year you're gonna get of the whatever $300,000 you're gonna have gotten 12,000 of that by the end of the year.
That's what I.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah,
But this says a minus.
Yes.
That's the thing. Now it's a minus.
It's a minus.
That should go the other way. It should be plus 12,000, not minus 12,000.
Oh, or are you saying
Yeah.
that?
On the
So
line.
that
Or are
that
you
could've been
saying
my-
that we're losing $1,000 every month?
That's what I was saying, John, 'cause that's how I. read it.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're
Because
saying.
if you're saying, Carolina, that you're gonna collect 1,000
Right.
of the 300, then that should be a positive in the line item, not.
So all I need to do is change that to a positive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's why we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
because to me,
Yeah, I
it
don't-
reads-
Travis, you'd be a good one to ask about it as well. Is that I don't think it's fair for the budget to have anything in regards to somebody not paying.
Yeah,
Does that
that's
make
for
sense?
collecting. So
Right.
we can assume it's an estimate,
Well,
but
I would disagree, John, just from the sense of if you're putting it on Charlena to say, okay, here's the money that you have to work with, because I hope she reaches her goal of not being able to not amend this, right? That would be wonderful.
that's my goal.
So
Yeah.
if you know that your delinquency rate is 8%, right? And you're going to tell her that she has 100% of it and she spends as though she has 100 when you know your delinquency is 8%. So I would say that's where you would handicap the numbers there, is that you would say we only, and I know that what philosophically I agree with you. We don't want to account for people not paying their membership. But realistically, from the budget perspective, it's good to have that number. And that's what I thought the 1,000 was, because it was negative. And so when you calculate that out, that's 1.3% of delinquency. So that's,
I can.
but yeah.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
I thought that the collections that we were talking about were, so this assessment where you have 29,000 negative 4476, that doesn't have a total at the end here.
Right, I didn't put it on there because I didn't talk to Jen,
No, but.
because that's an additional income.
Right, that income was from when we had someone, okay, that 300 that you're talking about used to be 520. Do you remember
It
that
is
number?
It still is.
It's still-
195 is at the lawyers.
Right, so.
So we're at 500,000.
181,000, which is what that first line item is what was collected through Renee's office.
Mhm.
And so if you're saying that you're gonna collect a 12,000 here, you're double counting with the 181 plus the 12,000. Those are the same buckets.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
And that would be the only thing I have to change on that.
Yeah,
Just
so
take it out.
essentially the delinquency line can go away
Mhm.
if the
We just keep the top line, but,
if the assessment line is encompassing that already.
okay,
Yeah.
which I can send out later today.
Good Monday.
Hmm?
Good Monday.
I didn't hear what you said.
Good Monday. You don't have to do it today.
Yeah, you don't have to do it today. It's been a long week.
I expect it by 11 p.m.
Well, it would take me a second to go out on my a spreadsheet. I have my spreadsheet open on my desk. But,
So then, I guess we're back to the question, are you comfortable with the changes that,
I am. I just wanted to talk to Jen about the top portion and I wasn't able to get in touch with her. Because if that's the case, that's an additional amount, but I don't feel comfortable with as much that was collected there.
Yeah.
So I would lessen that, by maybe
And
2,000 to
even it
3,000 a
out.
month is what I would put there and change that and then take that other delinquency off.
okay,
I mean, $29,000 is fantastic to collect in 1 month, but I just, from my experience in 5 months right now, I haven't seen that.
We were elated when Renee did that. I mean, there were
Yeah.
a couple of months where she collected over $20,000 and we were like, how long can this keep up?
Yeah.
Now,
well, and you've been collecting 8,000, 10,000. You know, she has been,
So
yeah.
that's my point is that Renee already cleared out the low hanging fruit.
sure.
Right. So just by nature of the dollars that are left, you know, the expectation of doing that again is gonna be very different.
Yeah, so here's my proposal, because I have this on my desk, and before I leave today, I can take the delinquency part out and put delinquency up at delinquency collections instead of assessments, because it's not an assessment really. And I will reduce some of that number, but I will make it more, maybe about 2,500, and make that a goal for us to collect each month. Because we definitely have the time to collect 300,000 and at least collect 2,500. So I will put 2,500 across. That will be an additional income and take that other line out. And then I can resend this out to everybody today, and I'm comfortable with that.
Well, and that doesn't change the budget because it increases the gross
It will
revenue, but it
increase the
doesn't change,
revenue.
but it doesn't affect the expenses.
It's gonna lower your net income.
What's that?
It's gonna lower your net operating income.
No, it will bring it in because we're collecting.
If you, right now, you have $181,000 that is going towards your net operating income as a positive. If you reduce that number to $2,000 or $2,500 a month,
I don't know if that's in there because
It
I
is-
didn't bring it over.
it is total because the total, the numbers that you have there is $1,630,023. The number that's at the bottom is 1.788. That number is total through.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
So it's going to lower your net income. If you reduce your number to say $24,000 a year, $28,000 a year in collection, I think that's doable and a great
Yeah.
goal. That's going to decrease this net operating income by $160,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have $1.
160K, is that what you said?
Yeah, it's
Does that drop
160K.
us like to
Yeah.
minimal profit?
It
No-
drops you
no
to break
profit.
even.
Yeah.
But I mean, I also
Yeah,
have some
drops
other
you to even.
questions around So when Lisa and Charlene and Jason and I spoke with the consultant, we spoke about the beer and wine and it being transferred to
Oh,
Lost
she can
Morris.
tell you.
So, yeah,
It's
what's
tax
the,
purposes.
I'm sorry, what was the,
For the Lost Morris beer and wine being
Okay.
transferred to the Lost Morris, it was for tax purposes, I believe.
Yeah.
yes, because all of the beer and wine, that's why Lost Morris was originally created. So even when the pro shop it's being paid out of the regular, we have to transfer both the expense and the sales.
so is the expense for the beer and wine sales in here?
No, it shouldn't be.
But you have the revenue.
We'd have to look at that.
I would have to look at that.
So that's when we spoke
That's a
with
little
the
bit
accountant,
different.
that's what they said, was that every month before we report the P and L, we move that money over to Lost Morris so that the expense and the revenue are in the same company, and it shouldn't appear in this report. So you have golf, account number 40310, golf beer and wine, 38,970 and 86 cents. So that money should not be in this operating budget, it should be in the operating budget of Lost Morris. Because that's where the expense lies. So right now you have revenue, but you have no cost of goods sold. So you're mismatching you're over-reporting and under-reporting, over-reporting income, under-reporting expense.
And
We'd have to double check that.
we've exceeded my knowledge in accounting.
Well, the having the two accounts, I guess.
Is a pain in the butt.
Well, I didn't make a budget for the Lost Morris. I just made an
There's-
operating budget for
There's
ours.
never been a budget for Lost Morris, so
Yeah.
if you'd like to take that on at some point, that's the amendment I'd ask for. So,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
there's never been a budget for Lost Morris.
So it's not incorrect, it's just misallocated.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. And
I
then when we
gotcha.
spoke with the accountant, that was one of the monthly line items is, yes, I understand it flows in
Mhm.
here, but when you're reporting P and L, because if you were going to report the P and L, you would have the income and the expense.
Right.
Because of your TABC license sits at Lost Morris, your TABC distributor is only going to bill an entity with that license. So you have two options. You can either move the expense to
Over here. Yeah,
or you can move, which would keep the profit here,
right.
or you can move the
Move it over.
income to where the expense is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
that's,
would rather move it to one because we transfer it anyway, because it comes out of here at the end of the day, doesn't it, or no?
I think
That's
we
something I'm
still-
just learning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it
We
has
need,
to.
it has
Stay
to.
over there?
It
Yeah.
has to stay
okay,
there.
so I
It
can
has
just,
to.
okay. All right.
Yeah,
Oh.
which then further complicates, how do you look at what the golf course is making? Because now you gotta figure out, of the beer and wine sales, what actually was golf course, what was Dickman, and so I understand.
We do have that because it's two different point of sale systems, so we
Yes.
do know that.
I know,
Okay.
when I'm further
Sure.
expanding on the point that it's a very difficult task to get the department incomes because of all of these things, and it's going to take time to get there, so the point that.
Sure. Okay.
One other question, unless someone else has one. And then you might do it.
Real quick, dumb question. We don't have any debt.
There's no dumb questions. What?
No debt, right?
Now, I think our I think somewhere on here, I don't know if it's actually on this one, but our total assets is like 1.8 or 9 million. So,
We don't have any debt.
yeah,
No.
Yeah, by nature, it's very difficult for the association to pick up that.
Yeah. All right, next question. Hit us.
Well, it's good because I'm learning all this because it was a lot to.
It's a massive undertaking.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 months in and a lot of changes.
There is a line item, and I'm looking for it.
You highlighter?
71,000 is the line, sales, account number 40800. Sales, it's on page 2, about a quarter of the way down. Or a third of the way down. So sales there, which totals 71,000 and change. What
Oh, yes.
are those sales?
So it is, I have my comments on my spreadsheet.
here, I got it maybe right
What
here.
is it?
Aha! Don't all make fun of me.
No,
I think it's fun of you.
I had to drill into that because this was based off of what actuals were from. It's scrolling.
What
Oh,
You need
it's
a bigger mouse?
40800.
40800.
Right after RV. If you find RV, it's right after.
RV park income.
So next down.
Oh, you don't have a comment on that.
Oh, well, there you go. But that's okay. This was based on income that I received from Jen's actuals for 2023, 2024 for cost of goods. Now I can get that breakdown. I just
Well,
have to
no.
drill into it. That's
Well,
not a
I'm
big
just
deal.
wondering what the sales are, because if we're going to sell something for $71,000, I mean, the only thing I can think of that even comes to that number would have been our lot sale. You know, over time, like what's the one thing that we would have sold that would be, that what would that number be? And the only thing I can come up with is that it would have been the lot sales. I can't think of another, unless we're selling a bunch of Fort Clark t-shirts that I don't know.
No.
That's 21,000.
Because we have lot sales above. I'm at the point now where we have enough discrepancy
Yeah.
that we need to not
We-
vote.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
on
Yeah,
this.
I do
And,
too.
No problem.
we will set up a special meeting before October 1st in order to reintroduce it, and we'll post it out sooner than that. And for people to come if there's any other further questions and
Well,
to vote
keep
at that
going.
point. Yeah, what else you got? So we don't
He
miss
did
it.
ask about the card.
You've already
fees.
taken,
Yeah.
well, so those are
She
Jen questions. I mean, those, we're not gonna be able to answer those.
No, she has that on the liability, and that was
Well,
the
October
second
1st.
question that I
Next
wanted to
Saturday.
ask her about, because I was
Next
under
Saturday.
the impression it should be in the operating as
I
well,
actually
because
may
it
be
is a
here next
cost we
Saturday.
pay.
Right.
But I wasn't able to get in touch with her
Houses
to
are-
ask for that question.
We asked her about that when the
When
four of
you,
us
but
met.
it's on the liability on the
It-
balance
It
sheet.
sits on the balance sheet, but the reason it sits on the balance sheet is because it is a capital expense.
It is.
So then if you had a capital budget, that's where the lease to own maintenance
CR.
equipment and the lease to own
CCR,
CCR
CCR.
would also be a golf cart.
So that's still coming out of that then.
Exactly, that's why it goes in the capital
CCR.
budget.
Mhm.
And so you would
That's
have
why.
those two items in your capital budget, and then they can sit on the balance sheet. And the only places that they would show would be on the balance sheet, your
And
P and L would not be affected, and then you would see it in a cash flow.
Beyond my
Exactly.
expertise.
No, I know exactly what he's talking about, because
yeah.
CCR is a whole different budget than
Yeah.
operational, or CRR, capital repair and replacement, because that's a whole different budget. So that's why it sits there.
Okay.
But we did talk about eventually making a budget for that.
Yeah.
Just haven't gotten there yet, I'll be honest.
That would be today.
Yeah.
No, that's really good. Thank you, Travis. That's good information.
Yeah.
Looking at the calendar, because I just realized how far we are into the month, we need to set that date now. Next Saturday, the 28th.
I can't, I have the golf thing I have to be at.
It won't be a whole day meeting. Just this.
You know, and I, to be honest with you, I
You
think
can't do
my,
That's the shrimp
I keep
oil, and
missing
I
my
promised
kids'
I was gonna
stuff on the
volunteer.
weekends.
Okay.
It's gonna be about an hour.
So,
We could
you can
do it,
do it
we could
mid,
do it an hour, I guess.
or do it midweek, or the 30th, which is Monday.
I won't be available Monday.
Could we do it on the 1st?
By October 1st.
What day is that?
I mean,
27th, Friday? Does it have to be at night? Can it be during the day?
I don't think it matters.
The 27th?
Next Friday.
You okay next Friday? He's okay, I'm okay.
I'll do it. As long as it's in the afternoon.
It's Tuesday,
As long
the
as you
first.
crank up the margarita machine.
I'm good. I got,
So Friday, the 27th, are you
Friday?
saying like 2 p.m.?
I can do 2
Old
p.m.
later?
yeah, that should be okay. Fridays hurt for me. I got to pay all my men and travel all over the place. So I think I could do 2 or 3 o'clock somewhere there.
I'm fine. I'm gonna be here at work.
With 3 to 4?
Yeah, it shouldn't take. Okay.
Friday, the 27th.
Yes.
Yeah.
At what time?
3 o'clock.
I gotta call again at 6.
And what?
Okay. All right, so we will table.
The budget?
Am I tabling or was this just a discussion?
Table it.
Table it. We will have a special meeting Friday, the 27th, at 3 p.m. and we'll notice that. So if there are any other questions and stuff with that, please email them in to, and that's for everybody that may still be watching. I don't know if they are. Any other questions or concerns could be mailed in to be looked at before she gives her final draft. So if you find anything else, Travis,
No, I'm done.
you're done. You sure?
Now keep digging.
Yeah,
Well, that wasn't-
She's addressed most of them, and I think she's
Yeah.
waiting on answers for others, so this time I'm.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So that takes us to,
Well, if we're gonna go into the CPI, then we just need to table that as well and put it behind the budget.
okay. No problem with that. Okay, we'll do both then.
Because we can't,
Well, the
we were
CPI is
supposed
already.
to, take into account the budget prior to approving the CPI, and we can't do that.
That's what we always used to do.
I mean, it's already in
I'm
there
with y'all,
in that amount.
whatever.
Yeah,
The
no, I
CPI
was
was
just
already
making a joke
added in
because I
there.
always figured, you should do your budget before your CPI.
I
So
think it doesn't matter.
We're all coming
But
here to
the
meet
CPI
again anyways, we might as well just
Yeah.
talk about two things.
Yeah.
Now, the CPI we're basing on the potential increases based on the June 30th CPI
Yes.
of this past year.
yes, that's what our
It's June
documents
30th.
call for. Yeah.
June 30th, 2024. That CPI on that day is what is going to determine whether or not how much the percentage we're
The
going
max that we can
that we
do.
could possibly.
Yes. Yes.
June 30th, 2024.
It's right there.
No, he's doing that for maybe somebody that is watching.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
I'm
'cause you
sure-
already have it in there, but I wasn't even gonna go that high.
Okay. Well, we apologize that we're tabling that. You guys just have to come back.
Sorry, it's my first time working with this
It's okay.
different budgets, so
Okay.
my apologies.
So can we have the discussion about adjusting the start date?
why not? I don't have anything to do with anything.
I'm just asking. All right, so
I make a motion we adopt January 1st to start with.
I'll second it.
you don't want me to read it.
But we're gonna lose that increase for the rest of the 3 and 4 months of the year. As if we kicked them in on October the 1st, then we're not, the
Yeah,
association
but
won't see
you'd
any
only
of that
lose
revenue.
at, let's just say it went up $2, you'd only lose about, oh God. let me get my
$2,000 a
cal-
month,
No,
10 grand
maybe,
overall.
maybe it'd be, so like I guess, I think $5 is like $44,000. So cut that in half, you're at 22, so like $1,000 a month,
And this
or
last,
2,000, like
this last
1,800.
time
I thought it was
didn't
$2
start.
a membership.
no, it's $1 in membership.
Oh, a
Oh,
dollar.
is it only $1?
If that's what we vote on.
But that's for the 2%.
So it's 2 total, but $1 per.
Oh, yeah, well, 2 total. Though.
What's the argument for switching it?
Well, I was gonna read that. Everybody's
Yeah, I
trying
wanna
to
know.
vote.
I
Okay.
wanna know.
I mean, I sent it out.
I like
You
January
should've
1st
read
better.
it.
I say
It's way less
Okay.
confusing.
Membership doesn't know.
Okay. I'll just read what I have here. For the board meeting, we are only considering moving the assessment. Okay, that was to the board, not changing the fiscal year. Current fiscal year and assessment timing. Current fiscal year runs from October 1st to September 30th. The assessment rate change, the new assessment takes effect on October 1st. The proposal is we currently implement new assessments on October 1st. Shift the start date for new assessment rates to January 1st as we did this past year. Here's the rationale. Alignment with attorney's calendar year. Our attorneys handle assessments for delinquencies based on a calendar year, which means additional work due to mid-year rate changes. Aligning with the calendar year simplifies this process. Streamlining financial tasks. The budgeting process, liability insurance renewals, car insurance reviews all occur around the same time. Keeping the assessment rate change to January helps to avoid adding to this already busy and stressful period. And then we'll have a clear look at those numbers
by the time we vote for a change, because we could push out the CPI adjustment change. Member preparation. Implementing the new rate on January 1st gives the member more time to prepare for potential increases. It allows us to encourage members to make annual payments, which can be more manageable for both the members and the association. Future alignment. If we transition to a calendar year fiscal year in the future, starting the assessment rate at the beginning of the year will make this transition smoother. The proposal for changing the fiscal year is something to consider down the road. Don't know if it's possible to change from October to January, but it is something we could look at. So that was my reasoning behind taking a look at changing it.
Would that rate be for the fiscal year? In other words, if we start a new rate January 1st, January 1st, would it go through December?
Yes, it would go to December
That's
31st.
all.
Yeah. We're just
It
shifting
would
it.
be a year membership.
Yeah.
Here come the rest of the accounting concerns.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Be my day off, but we're gonna talk finance. So, the only thing that, well, not the only, one thing to consider here is that do you have the wherewithal in your budget? Because we're bound, let's go back in history like we've done for other things here. The reason our documents do not stipulate the exact month that you use for CPI. What they do stipulate is that you must use the same one as was used before. So by nature, it's the average of June.
Right.
So that's how we got here.
Yep.
If your budget can withstand 6 months, because potentially what you're saying is that CPI increased, and let's go back to a few years ago when CPI was 9%, right? If your budget can withstand 6 months of that increased cost, which already has a trailing lag to get to that CPI assessment, then moving to January is really just a function of communication. And if it makes things easier in the office and admin, the only, in my mind, from a financial perspective, the only assessment is that if you are saying that your expenses are going up in June, and they have been going up, can your budget withstand waiting till January to collect the extra income, which is why you're saying that is why you're raising the budget, or you're raising the assessment, is that you need more capital to cover your expenses that are being increased.
Well, that's a good question. And the only way we can have that answered is when we get some of the stuff corrected and then be able to have an accurate discussion on the budget.
Well, and obviously from a philosophical standpoint, I'm saying you just have to know if you can withstand that time frame. And that's the only thing. The other thing, you're not, we'll talk the fiscal year thing. You have there's a whole other discussion to have around that, which, you know.
Yeah, and that's, yeah.
But you just have to know if you can withstand 6 months, right, of that. And if you can, then.
Well, and in all reality, we couldn't raise the assessments enough every year to catch up with
Right.
with where we are in our funds.
I mean, I'm for just leaving it the way it is unless we decide there's justification to change the fiscal year. Everything's October 1st, the budget's October 1st, the increase is October 1st, everything is on October 1st. So if we're not gonna move everything to January 1st, I think we should just leave it the way it is.
Well, but the whole point is everything is by October for 1.
Yeah.
Just the increase won't happen until January 1st.
It just,
So what's the point? I mean, I just don't,
it's harder. Well, I read it, but I guess that isn't what you feel is strong enough.
Well,
that's true.
I think it would help that we start January 1st overall. And I think we can sustain the little hit right now.
What would it help? I'm not clear on.
Reread it.
Our let's look at our delinquency, which will never go away. And I've spent hours and hours with the attorneys and the paralegals because they can't seem to get it straight. Come October 1st, it changes. So they're looking at their 12 months and going, well, this is it. And I'm like, no,
9 months of this, 3 months of that, and it would simplify that. I think
Collections. I mean.
On the collection
the
side.
Attorneys, I mean, maybe we need less simplistic attorneys that can handle dates.
Well, we're
And
working on that.
paperwork
We're
and doing-
working.
I know we are,
And
I know we are,
eventually,
but
we're gonna
so
work
let's not
on
argue
hopefully
that
January
our
first
attorneys
to
need
December
special
for a
dates.
fiscal
you
year.
asked for what my opinion, what I'm saying, you know?
Hey,
If you
Travis,
don't find it valid, that's fine.
do you remember, so, because you took the actuals from this year and used them for the, like the RV and the motel?
Everything was actuals.
And, but I remember that the RV park and the motel were pretty close to like 350, 400,000. Like the motel was like 330-ish, maybe like a year or 2 years ago. And then the RV park was up there at like 350, 370 or something like that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you had a couple of things there, and I think you're seeing it right now, but remember that hotel money was DPS.
Yeah,
Yep.
right.
It was.
So I think that using that, you're putting yourself in a bind.
I agree. But I mean, these numbers are
These are
283.
from 223 to 224.
Right. They're 247 on the motel and we talked about this on the other night, but then 283 on the RV park. And, you know, like we said, like get a marketing budget and then be able to market this place.
Yes.
And then maybe maybe we return to GPS style.
I did increase
income.
it though. If you look at the formula, I increased it, I believe,
amounts?
by
Yeah,
either 3 or
$600
Right,
roughly.
by 3 or 5%
Yeah, a
to
month.
bring in a month.
Something like that.
I think with marketing, we can do that. I really do.
Yeah. Well, it's only 10 stays a month.
Yeah.
So,
So did you switch topics on me? Is that what you do?
well, yeah, kind of.
Or does this pertain to?
Well, when we were talking about the timing of things and
Right.
how whether the budget can withstand it, and then that made me start thinking, well, you know, I mean, I remember Peterson's budget had a gross revenue of 81, and I don't even think we met that, and that was with the a net revenue of 81, but that was also with the much higher hotel and RV park allocations, and then he was at 81 in the net revenue. Well, we're roughly 180 or 90,000 below that. And so that, you know, we talked about some of this the other night, but
Right.
you start thinking it's going to get tight. So we've got to figure out how to increase income. But the question was, will our budget withstand the gap? And that's why I was asking.
Yeah. I mean, we just had the gap this last year because we didn't start the assessment rate change until January.
Yeah.
And the other one I forgot is when we transition to Buildium, right in the middle, we're going to turn around and then redo all of the assessment
I mean,
rates.
it's trivial to change those rates across the board.
I hope so.
Yes, that's.
I just know that up until this point, all of it's been a nightmare.
It won't be hard to change the rate
Well,
there.
I could simplify it and just say that our budget withstand it. We're already withstanding it.
We have.
Yeah.
We have.
You're
I mean-
withstanding it now, but 3 years ago, we had a CPI of 9%.
That's
So you
huge.
had 9%. Let's just say you have a repeat.
9% would be a huge thing.
9% plus, I don't think we're done with this drought situation. So
No.
you're going to have, I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think we're done with the drought situation. I don't think we've got.
No.
Absolutely
That's a
not.
given.
So you're going to have issues with your motel revenue. Your RV park may be sustainable as long as the Inflation Reduction Act is around and there is money for solar farms. You're gonna have a full RV
Yeah,
park.
our RV
The
park
moment
as
the
well.
Inflation Reduction Act is rescinded, hold on. Because you're gonna have problems in your RV park and you're gonna have problems in your motel if we don't have
I
structure.
mean, last year we took a hit on not raising it due to meeting notices and all these other things. And this year we're gonna do the same and not get the increase for 3 months. I mean, every dollar is important to
That's
to
what
running
it
this.
says.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
That in that period.
So maybe.
I guess, I mean, I feel like we're just shifting the increase, but
It's only
if we feel like
gonna
it's,
be 2%.
so what do you think?
But But your budget today, if you pass it, is based on a rate increase today.
Yeah, that's what I have in the
Your
budget.
Budget is useless for 3 months.
I
You
have
actually
it.
have to
It's
take
not.
it.
Yeah, I would have to take it out and it would have to be a decrease for the 3 months because I budgeted for October 1st. I did.
I say we just figure out the amount the next meeting and let it ride October 1st. That's my.
Yeah, you know what? After talking about it, I'm kind of loud.
Yeah.
There you go.
All
I
right.
mean, it is 3 months of income and it's only a 2% increase that
If-
we're gonna
if we vote
pass
for
if we vote for
Point
it.
is That your budget's useless.
Yeah,
You're under budgeted for 3 months.
yeah,
I
I mean,
didn't
they're
think it'd be that big of a deal, but it kind of sounds like a little bit bigger deal.
yeah.
That's just my opinion.
But I don't, I like,
You have a motion and a second.
Oh, yeah, you guys motion in seconds.
I'm gonna need medication after looking at this. Okay? I mean,
I withdraw my motion.
You're not the only one that needs medication.
The whole thing. All right, so,
I withdrew
the
my.
memo is withdrawn. Do we need to withdraw the second?
I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't know how that.
I don't know these procedures.
All right, now where is that?
Like, with all with all the stuff coming in, like the building and all that stuff, like,
And we
let's get,
still have to pay the insurance.
well, let's get through that
$124,000.
and then see how it's all working. Because we're still implementing a lot of stuff. And then next year you can say, maybe have a discussion again if it makes sense, you know?
Okay.
What do you mean, not have an increase at all?
No,
No, the moving of the
moving
dates.
of the dates.
Oh, yes, so we
Yeah.
already talked about that. We want to move to this January to December fiscal year. I can't deal with this half a year here or 3 months here and then go into the
We
next
just have
year.
to
It's just.
figure
And
out
does
what that-
require? Vote of the
Yeah.
membership to change the
Well, no, it doesn't
declaration?
take, it. We need to talk
Oh,
with
you
our
gotta do that
CPAs
too.
and
Yeah.
everything else before we make that decision.
Your CPAs are gonna have an issue. That's one of the reasons that corporations are done on the fiscal year is so that they do not line up with personal taxes. You're gonna have
Yeah.
trouble finding CPA.
Well, considering they consistently file an extension every single time, I don't think it matters.
So you're also then going to have to produce your audit in 3 months.
No, that is a consideration. We're not talking about doing it right
That's a good
away.
point.
If your audit,
We'll have to move the annual
Yeah,
meeting
no.
probably to June or something.
No,
if we
no,
do
no.
all that.
We can, there's a lot
Well,
of
it's
things
a
we can
thought.
Somebody
do.
just functioned this
It
long.
was a
We're going
thought.
to.
No, it's still a thought. That, I didn't bring that up because there's a lot more thought that has to go into it.
Yeah.
And
leaving it October. Yeah, right now
Yes.
we are.
Yes.
It's
The
just
fiscal year.
yes,
it's just a wishful thinking
Yeah.
right now.
it's just something that we were entertaining, not, we're not that far down the road.
No.
Okay, so we have one more item, right? Did I miss
Moguls.
anything? Moguls. So there are moguls all over the golf course. And Max would like to,
Oh, the
There were photos
humps.
somewhere. I saw
humps,
that.
yeah.
Humps are
I
moguls?
call them, yeah, I guess
Okay.
Yeah,
that's the
that's what they're
technical
called,
term.
golf moguls.
They're not
Oh.
muggles.
Okay.
No, they have magic, so they're not muggles.
This isn't Lord of the Rings.
John.
That is Harry Potter. Now, Harry Potter discussion, you gotta learn.
I just guessed. I literally just guessed. Okay, I don't know.
Not a Harry Potter.
Yeah, he's moving now.
So,
I'm not very smart and the old school. What's a mogul?
Those mounds out on the golf course.
Isn't that part of the golf course?
no, it's when they were doing other things, they left piles.
Or like in the rough?
Well, we started
No,
discussing it.
on the fairway.
The mounds that are on the golf course. The problem, well,
Yeah.
now we're moving into talking about it.
Okay,
but
so I'll read what it says. Remove moguls obstructing fairway 2. They're to be used to fill in cemented areas behind hole 1. So Max, our
Golf
contract
course.
superintendent, is asking to do that because between erosion and where they're placed, they are not, they're not adding anything to the course.
Yeah, and he can't grow any grass.
And it's not like growing on half the side depending on where they're at. You as a golfer.
Yeah, they're not historical. The problem is that we can't water them enough to get grass on them. And the runoff has taken all of the top, when you do get rain or you try to water them, the runoff pulls all the sediment off. So then, just the roots get exposed. They're just a mess. You can't, none of them on the golf course. I'm not gonna say none of them. very, very few of them on the golf course have any grass on them. And
It's like having a rock sitting in the middle of the.
yeah,
fairway.
yeah, so they're just dirt and rocks. So the idea is to just take that dirt and move it to other parts of the course where we can reuse it.
On this one, he'd like to move it to behind the whole one where they've got was originally going to be a water hazard, or there's a cement planter like thing, and he wants to fill that in.
And there's not like hundreds of them. I think there might be like a dozen of them around the course that probably need to be removed just because they don't ever have any grass.
So those, even though they're not working at the moment with grass, they do go to the score of the course. Is
Right.
there an
It could,
expense?
in theory, maybe if you had if you had somebody super detail oriented, it could affect the rating of the course.
And I'm not saying that you know that's it. I'm asking, is there an expense to have it re-rated? Do we lose our our, because we're a member of USGA, and so by making alterations, do we have to notify them? Because we're actually used to keep handicap. We are a course that you can keep your handicap at.
That's a good question. We could ask them that, but I would say it's probably so negligible, it wouldn't even make any difference.
I agree that that's a strong possibility. I don't know how many there are. But
Well, we're just talking about, we're just going to do it a hole at a time. So
Well,
we could
and-
look at it in that respect.
But I think there's only one of them on hole number 2.
and
I don't know.
I don't know if there's an expense related to having your course recertified, and I don't know what the implication is.
No, I don't think that we paid. We just had it done like a year or 2 ago, and I don't. It's not something we paid for.
I'm sure Max knows.
Yeah.
I can talk to him about it. Good point.
Well, do we want to vote with the caveat that if it's going to affect us, we don't, or do we want to table it again?
Well, but even if it affects us, at the end of the day, it makes the problem still going to exist. And remember, this is a par 3. It's in a fairway of a par 3. So
Okay.
in theory, when you hit a ball to a par 3, you're not trying to hit it halfway. You're trying to hit it on the green.
That's
So-
on the
So
part
this
three.
one we could,
On part
it wouldn't
three, it's
affect.
not-
It wouldn't affect
That's
it.
right by my
No.
house.
okay,
No, that's in front of Memo's house.
Yeah. Back.
He probably sprayed Roundup all over the hill
Yeah, so they could do
for
this.
years.
You don't
Around
comment, do you? Nah.
so do we have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to remove the moguls on fairway 2.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Okay,
The mogul.
we can just take them one at a time. Okay, so do we have any announcements?
No.
No, okay. Then it is,
Next meeting is
Charlie,
Yes.
19.
oh, I was gonna do that after, but
the announcement that Janet gave you.
Oh, I thought she wanted me to put it on the,
Oh, I thought she said during the.
Point.
hold on. Wait. Where'd it go? Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, we only have the diehard members left in here after this grueling meeting.
oh,
Y'all are the most concerned members, I guess.
Wasn't any good movies on TV.
it's all reruns right now, right?
This is as good as a movie.
So we had to have our entertainment.
Did we provide enough drama?
Yeah,
for
I hope,
entertainment needs?
I hope we didn't
We can
disappoint.
take it up a notch.
We can serve margaritas at the next one.
I would
I say
like
that every time, okay? Coffee, no.
Miss it, Missy.
Margaritas, yes.
Notre Dame at 2:30.
I do not know where it went. I didn't
Right on
go
your desk.
anywhere.
You can take it to your desk.
Maybe it is. Let me go look on my desk. But I thought she just wanted me to dispatch it and put it out on
Yeah,
the.
you're right. I thought she said.
Can you paraphrase?
Yeah, no, I think she said just dispatch it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
All right.
positive. Yeah. It
Well,
was
I
just,
have 5 pages, 5 written pages to go through to break it down and put it in the paper.
So she's got plenty of time to let you know.
no,
We're not going over that now,
I'm
Mark.
pretty sure that I just put it on my desk. She
All right,
just wanted
so
me to
it
dispatch it.
is. It is 12:55. We're adjourned to executive session.
Thank you, Jesus. Woo, let's take a deep
I
breath.
didn't know it was gonna be a long meeting.
Do what?
I didn't know it was gonna be a
I
long.
feel bad. With
Longest.
only
Is
10
anybody
10
opposed to
items?
getting in here and having an executive session?
Food should be ready in about 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm gonna, I have to step out. I have to. Don't give me that look. I'm just gonna go home now. Carly? Yeah, but her and Dalton are in Florida.
Oh,
You
so
just
you're
gave
taking
me
care of
that
my dog?
look, like I'm supposed to know like the whole Baltimore's budget,
Oh,
the whole operation
You don't
budget.
know every single detail
I
of
guess.
this place.
Did you just sorry.
Out of your butt at any moment?
Come on, we gave you everything so organized and well
Okay.
functioning. Don't
You
don't
have my
act like that.
resignation. You can get somebody that can
12
do
All right. We reconvene at 3:19 from executive session. Discussion was had on some accounts that were ready to go into litigation, and decision was made to hold those back because we are now going to vote on changing our attorneys. Oh, do we need to say who they are? Because I put it away.
Do you know the answer to that, Tony?
I don't think so.
Don't think so? I mean, I can, right? Doesn't matter, does it?
The record will reflect it.
Whatever. If I can find it now. I stuffed everything. Here we go. So we have engagement letters from 2 attorneys that are gonna work in tandem, I guess. The Atlas Hall and Rodriguez out of McAllen, and Charles W. Downing out of Uvalde, to work on our collections and other association items. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve them to start at the earliest convenience.
I second it.
All in favor?
Absolutely, aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
We're gonna dismiss the other attorneys.
Eventually, we still have, there are still some in litigation that we have to,
Okay, so, but then we're gonna take some of-
as much as we can away.
I think that might be subject to whether we see progress.
Progress, yeah.
Yeah, and we can revisit that if and when it's necessary. But
Okay.
we have recently encouraged and demanded that they take action that we had asked them to take and didn't see progress on that. So if we continue to see no progress, then we, I think, would be obligated to the membership to approach them about that and possibly take those away.
That, I guess that is it. We are adjourned at 3:21.